Well, I hope that's working. Let's have one of you guys check that out and see, make sure. Studio. Just before we get started. Live. Stream. Copy link. Address. That's not what I wanted to do. Someone check this link and tell me what they see. Good morning, everybody. AMD, Apple. Apple's on highs. Reset that high day. It looks good. Thank you. And then there is several other things heading to highs. All right, then I'm going to minimize that. Minimize this. Keep you guys up over here. And market's running right now, so I'm going to just keep looking at this for a little bit. I know this is a coding stream, but I'm going to continue looking at the market here for a little bit. You got Nvidia on highs, going to reset that. A little skeptical about how far up this is going to go. We're chopping hard on a lot of names. I took a couple whacks at this Amazon, just got chopped. But not just Amazon, a bunch of things are getting pretty choppy. This Disney was one I was looking at the open to grab this opening drive, but I never got filled down here, and I pulled it, my bids before we got over here. But I was looking at it like over here. But after that much time went by, my time stop hit. Let's look at BABA. BABA ran into this resistance up here from the prior day's low up there, and then just ran into a wall essentially and came back. But just so much chop in so many names. Like, look at this. This is Facebook. That's pretty ugly. And that's Microsoft. That's pretty ugly. That's Coinbase. That's also ugly. Roku is, I mean, just all, at Google, everything's chopping, chopping, chopping. So, good day for working on code. We had consumer sentiment at 10 a.m., which scared the shit out of a bunch of people. So I think everybody forgot that that was being released at 10 a.m. But thanks to my news study by GC 5150, I knew about it ahead of time. And Nvidia still ripping, but Rivian falling back into pre-market range. Amazon, yeah, I think we're just going to chop for now until something else, some kind of catalyst comes. This Roblox is flirting with highs. Coin's on highs. Coin is on highs. Roblox is on highs. Nvidia is on highs. And my desire to participate in any of these is very minimal. Apple had a big push. Yeah, it did, but not that big. It's pretty choppy as well. Although my range indicator is saying it's brewing. It's brewing. Roblox, I saw hit new highs there. The recovery this thing did after those poor earnings was pretty impressive. And a nice drive yesterday on the open, which got sold off all the way back down. Like, it was a really nice drive, and then just lost all of it, and now it's just chopping. But anyways, we can start coding. I think I have alerts set. Let me just make sure I have alerts set for everything. I need to reset my NVIDIA alerts. Give it some headroom there. AMD, Apple, Rivian alerts are set. Amazon alerts are set. Shop. Roblox alerts are set. Tesla. Baba. Disney. And then these are all chopping. Okay. Let's code. Do, do, do. There was a person who is not in the stream right now who suggested an idea for a study, which I thought was pretty interesting. I'm gonna wait for him to show up, him or her to show up, before starting on that. But we can load a couple other things. That's not what I want. ACS source. What was I working on? Regime calculator was one. That's probably the one I want to open. Okay. Let's split this off. And let me open up, let me ping them actually, Z tech. When will you be available? Before he shows up, do you guys have, first of all, hello. It's been a really long time since I've seen some of you. Do you guys have anything you want to go over? Just off the top of the bat. There's NVIDIA on highs. So I wonder if this is just going to grind. It's just going to be a grind bleed up again, which we've had a lot during the summer. I'll reset that high day, but yeah, they're just going to bleed this whole thing up. And overall, we were in this choppy range. Yesterday broke out to the top side and then came back in, and now I think we're just going to start chopping in this range. It just feels so choppy right now. I'm not going to waste all my bullets here on this chop. And Roblox also. NVIDIA catching a bid, maybe because it's the only thing moving. That was quick, 150,000 on the bid down there, under 83, just popped up. It looks strong though, good volume on this push to highs. Some sellers cleared out at 83.80s, like over 160,000 it looks like. Yeah, cleared out at 75 cents. Pretty good. Looks strong. Wider picture, daily. Strong. Wider picture, daily. Jesus, is that what I sound like? I'm sorry guys, I have to sit through that. The DTC, no, I have not worked through DTC protocol directly, but my understanding is that it is the servers that provide Sierra their data. I think it's their own servers though, but like that's like the delegation servers of their data. What are you thinking of doing with it? You can jump on the mic. This is open. This is an open thing. Oh, and you know what else we should do? Can you guys post your questions in the coding chat? Not in the voice chat, but the coding chat, because then it's just one place to look. Has anyone here worked with the DTC protocol directly? Do you have a good example of a simple strategy in Sierra charts where you use an indicator to trigger a buy with an OCO order? I got Sierra yesterday and I'm looking to do strategy implementation. Gecko. So I don't actually trade out of Sierra. I just use Sierra for charts. I haven't written any order firing software or code, I should say. But for setting up OCO orders, I believe I have written a couple things at that. And you know, there's another trader in here. Actually, he's in this voice channel right now. Chris Trader, who has, I believe, written some code for OCO type stuff. So he might be able to lend some experience with that. I don't know if, Chris, you've written any automation firing orders without human intervention.
Yeah, I have a couple examples of it, yeah.
Okay, so Gecko looks like he's trying to trigger a buy based off of an indicator, maybe a subgraph from an indicator. I feel like you can do that out of the box with Sierra without custom code. Can't you use like their, um, don't they have a study for triggering a buy or sell order off of like an indicator condition or an alert? I feel like they do have that. Look at NVIDIA go. Does anybody know? And NVIDIA looks like it's aiming for that 187. Cha says I can't mic because my wife is working from home. She's always in voice meetings with her team. We'll bring her team to join us and we'll make it a party. Goraj says, hi, good seeing you stream again. Yeah, it's been a long time. I have a suggestion for a study. Plot the volume hitting the bid and volume hitting the ask separately as two-sided histogram. Instead, the delta would show this. I think that's available out of the box in the number bars, Goraj. I think you can do that by going to number bars, and it is background coloring method, background type. I believe what you want is this one, ask bid volume split profile. That should be available out of the box, Garage. Exactly what you're saying. And then Cha, I was interested in how it all works and how much the data is available through it. You're talking about DTC, I'm assuming. Might be easier to use DTC to pipe the data to Python instead of re-implementing it in C++ for ACSIL. Yes, I believe that is primarily what people use when they subscribe to the DTC feed, is to basically um, store to disk some of that raw data so that they can use non-C based languages to write quicker, quicker scripts, typically Python. Um, there's a there's a bunch of people doing that kind of stuff. Have you Googled around Cha at all about um, trying to subscribe to that DTC feed and seeing if you can grab that data and then funnel it to disk and then be able to read that in using, I'm assuming you're a Python programmer. DTC is extremely restricted nowadays. They have a default study that does OCO, attached order, based off a moving average crossover. Okay, awesome. ACSIL would be fastest probably. You can get the data through the SID files, though you can, or you can get it from ACSIL through ACSIL as well, programmatically. The tick data, I think it's the get time and sales, gives you pretty much the same thing. Is it possible? Do they? It's overwhelming to me at this point. Yes, there's a lot to customize. Um, haven't taken a look yet. I'll be starting next week, getting used to the platform during the trial. Gotcha. Well, that's good stuff. That is good stuff. So NVIDIA, I know this is supposed to be a coding stream, but it's going to be both. Or it's going to be a bunch of stuff. It's Friday. It is Friday, and nothing. It's Friday. Roblox. There's nothing happening in this market. I have the NQ with just looking at my old uh, num highs lows study with pre-market levels. NQ is at a 5.0 and ES is at a 1.0, which means NQ has made 5 highs above pre-market highs intraday, while ES has only made 1 high above pre-market. V says, I posted this in the community. Someone can maybe help. I'm attempting to manually backtest an idea to optimize entries and exits, and it's tedious to enter the trade data into a spreadsheet. I'm using the replay function. I'm not using the replay function, but I'm referencing the trades, looking at the tick chart, and adding them manually. Is there an easy way to capture a drawing and export that to a spreadsheet automatically? For instance, the risk reward tool. Um, it's funny you say that, V, because check this out. Clipboard, oops, clipboard, clip, clipboard exporter. I wrote a study, V, that will allow you to hit a key and it'll grab every single user drawing on the chart. Um, and here I'm filtering it if it's these, but you can remove this or modify it to grab any type of study or any type of drawing that you want. So you can modify this. I'll share this in the chat. But what it does is it takes it and then it calls this copy to clipboard. And what I do is I basically copy all of the values, like the beginning date, the beginning price, any text that you put on the line, the color, the line style, the line width, etc., etc. And I copy it into the CSV format that I'm making right here. And then I store that into the clipboard so I can paste it somewhere else. I made this for a Frenchman a few months ago, almost a year ago. But let me throw that into the chat here. Clipboard exporter, and you can modify it to whatever you need. There you go. You're welcome. It's an interesting piece of code. We can step through it real quick just so that people understand, since this is supposed to be a coding stream. Basically, it is we have this function declaration up here, this prototype declaring this to clipboard function, which is going to grab some, it's going to grab a handle to the window that will allow us to have access to the Windows clipboard. So that's a key piece. This is your typical Sierra stuff. Um, defining the function, setting defaults. There's really no defaults here. I have it so that it does the copy right on reload. So if you hit the reload, or I usually use this reload and recalculate key. I have it mapped to insert on my keyboard. So that's when this whole thing like grabs all the drawings and spits them out. But if it's on a fresh reload, we have a blank string, and then I'm defining an empty chart drawing, which is this use tool object. And actually, let me make this this text a little bit bigger. I hit the wrong key there, there we go. That might be easier for you guys to see. Is that a little bit better? So you have a chart drawing object that you have to define ahead of time, because what you're actually going to be doing is going through and calling this get user drawn chart drawing function over and over and over until you essentially have a drawing index that isn't positive. And so what it's doing, because the way Sierra designed it is that you have to basically loop through to grab all the chart drawings. So I'm just grabbing the first one, storing it in here, taking the data from it that I need, concatenating it to this string down here, which is what I'm going to feed to the clipboard. Going to the next drawing, grabbing the data from it, concatenating the values to the string, adding it to the string, going to the next one, and over and over and over and over. So that's what this middle section is doing, is this is filtering out certain types of drawings. This is determining the color that I want to write um, into the clipboard based off of the drawing color, because these are actually stored as integers. Like, I don't know what the values are, but green could be 0 and blue could be 1 and white could be 2. So I'm translating those uh, enums into strings so that I can read it as a human. And then over here, what am I doing over here? Oh, if it's a rectangle, that means that um, it has an n value, and it's not just a horizontal line. So this is because it was specific to certain types of drawings. So I'm just making sure that I grab that n value and populate it. And then here I am grabbing the text alignment if a label is attached. Then I'm throwing all of that into this string, which I'm then attaching to this string object by concatenating to it. And then we go ahead and call this get desktop window. This is not a Sierra function call. This is actually a Win32 API call. So this is accessing the operating system libraries. And what that gives you is a handle. A handle means it is it's like a way to touch and interact with the window, if you will, from the Windows layer, from the operating system layer. And then I'm calling my toClipboard function, which if you recall up here at the top of the file, we had a prototype for defining it. Inside this clipboard function that we have here, which by the way I did not come up with, I totally stole it from this guy, so the link's in here if you want to read about this in more depth. I always try to keep where I get stuff from if I'm not coming up with it, so that people later can find and go learn. Oh, come on. So I canceled this Disney. Oh man. I I was stalking this Disney on the open because of this huge opening drive, and then I put bids in for down here at this level here because it was a really nicely defined level based off of this node, and I just didn't think that it would get all the way down here, so I front ran it a little bit. But I basically hit my time stop, and I didn't want to get involved in it over here anymore. It did come down. It would have filled me. My stop would have been down here. I did not put this trade on, and it did reach new highs just right there. So that would have worked. That would have been a really nice trade, but I did not take that. Right now everything's chopping though. Apple's on highs as well. Let's look at Apple. That's not that exciting. But anyways, going back to, I'll just keep an eye on Disney here. Oh, we go back to the code. So go check out this link if you want to know how, where I grabbed this from. Basically, this is another Windows 32 API call, open Clipboard, passing in the window handle. And what that allows us to do is have access to the clipboard, which we then empty, and then we're basically allocating memory to be able to shove whatever we need based on the string that we built and concatenated here, which got passed into the function right here based off of this right here. Right here, we're passing that CSV string that we're building into this clipboard function right here. We're grabbing the size of it, allocating memory for that, copying the values that are inside that string into that clipboard memory after we've allocated the memory for it, calling some follow-up functions to probably close up the handles that are pointing to that clipboard, and then freeing all our memory, and then that string will reside in your clipboard, which you can control paste or whatever you have. So pretty neat. There's Rivian on highs. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, have fun with that. What else do we have? Any other questions?
If you're, I know you kind of wanted to put that last project to bed, but if you got time, I have some time to sit here with you on. I think there was like a bug fix on that imbalance indicator.
Hey, only ticks.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm probably done with that project.
okay,
That one I sunk a lot of hours into. I think I'm done with that one.
for sure.
I don't know. You've been working out every day this week. You still want to go out? Okay. No. Okay. What is it?
Oh, I thought you were talking to me, V.
Am I live? Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
You're fine. I
I'm
do, I
so
do, I
totally
do want to
live.
go out.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
Hey, thank you so much for sharing that. Welcome to I'm completely code clueless, so I'm gonna dive into that, but I think it's gonna save me hours and hours of work if I can make it work. My main goal there is to just use the risk reward tool and draw the trades in manually. I'm trying to grab MFE and MAE on every trade and the time and the date, and every like the auto replay stuff will work, but it'll never grab the MAE, and that's such an important metric
Didn't we
for
build a
backtesting.
study for the risk reward tools like a long time ago? Does that
Yeah,
address
I
what you
recollect.
needed?
I was gonna take a look at that actually and see, but that would actually require the replay to have the trading like happen, right?
I'm trying to remember what that study even did. I think that
Yeah, I
study
think.
was based off of an OCO that you already
Hmm.
had set up. That's right. And when you placed the trade, it drew the tool.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
and then you could. I think it would show you that. Uh, I think you could even put in your own parameters, right, of what you wanted based on the OCO.
I don't remember. I'd have to
But
revisit.
anyway,
It's been a
I'll
while.
I'll, I'll have a play. Thank you.
That was years ago. Not really, that was
Right.
only a few months ago, but
Yeah, but a lifetime in trading world,
exactly.
everything starts to blur together. Well, I'm gonna go back on mute. I'm sorry. I'm so glad I didn't say anything stupid.
You're fine. Roblox, Disney, Meta, Baba. Well, I wish this guy would show up with his idea that he had because it was a good one, but I don't want to do it without him. Any other coding stuff? We can switch gears to something else. This is a free for all, guys. Just yeah.
I have a pretty good idea. Like, I don't expect you to go through with this, but I'm curious on your thoughts if it's even possible.
All right.
So, um, I was talking to a few DOM traders as to like why they like to look at the DOM and what advantages they can glean from reading the DOM as opposed to the footprint, which is what I do. And I think the biggest point out was that you can see I believe it's called the recent bid ask on the DOM, which is the amount of contracts traded into a level before that level was lifted
Okay.
or offered. And I was wondering, well, shit. What if instead of just learning how to trade the DOM, what if you could just continue reading the footprint and immediately next to the footprint, like an extra column next to the footprint chart, like to each footprint bar, you saw the recent bid ask getting updated live. So it'd basically be an additional column next to each footprint bar, if that makes sense.
I see. So something like if we have, I'm just going to make this bigger on Roku here, but it would be another column next to the footprint. So those
Like to the left, yeah.
to the left. These are, so this is the number bar study, and they don't give us access to these column 2 and 3. So it would have to be Windows GDI or chart drawings to add anything to the side. Option 1 is use the chart DOM with recent bid ask and refresh manually. That would be the only thing that wouldn't achieve, Chris, would be that it's not next to the footprint, or that would be everything else, right?
Can I add something?
Of
To
course.
the same idea.
Yeah.
Basically, this option available on bar numbers. However, I had this chart book have it, but of course I keep updating CR charts and all stuff, so I can't reopen it again. But this feature was available and configured probably for me before, but I don't remember how. To see the recent bid and ask fluctuating in between, right next to the footprint.
Was it a
like
separate study or part of the number bars?
Part of the number bars, I believe.
And it was like a column 2, like background type, basically?
Yeah, it was on the right side, so all the way to the right, like extra bar. It was behaving exactly like the bar.
The pullback bar. I wonder if that's what it was. This pullback column.
Okay.
Is this what you're talking about?
I honestly don't remember how I configured it, to be honest. I don't remember. I couldn't even open the chart book. Is that true? Chart book, old ones, like 2 years ago. It doesn't open
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah, they don't hold they don't promise backwards compatibility.
There's no way you can open it up and take even the
Only
coding.
only if you download an older version of Sierra that for which that study was or for which that chart book was built. But I mean,
Okay.
if it's custom code, well, it wouldn't be
No,
custom
no,
code because it's the
bundle.
study. Yeah, it would be the study. So yeah, you'd have to download a separate version of Sierra, an older version, and
Mm.
then do it that way. If you wanted to open that chart book, because the chart books are not backwards compatible. They post they have like a what's new in the latest releases on their website, and they show that sometimes when those updates come through that they won't be compatible with older versions, unfortunately. But I mean, it makes sense. As you add new functionality, there are decisions that have to be made, and you have to sunset old functionality.
So how to migrate it to a new version?
I don't think you can unless you opened it in one of the previous versions that it was still functioning under, and then save it under a newer version. So you have to like incrementally keep saving them under newer versions.
Ah,
But I think the best way to do it would be for you to either download an older version and then open it, take screenshots of your settings, and then uninstall that version and bring yourself back up to date and then reconfigure it. That's probably the quickest way.
yeah, yeah. I need to
It's a pain
install
though.
new. Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
really painful.
I don't know if you have like a virtual machine or any of that kind of thing available where you could do it quicker than having to do your own, because uninstalling your own Sierra can be a pain as well.
No, no. I have four installed folders in the same location. You just make a copy of TR and reopen it again.
Okay.
Then when I think I know what you mean. So you make a copy of Sierra without the data because it's huge. Then you go and update Sierra, and then you use the old version. You can actually put the version number. Then you can download that directly on the same location.
Gotcha. Okay. I've
Yeah.
never played with that. I know a lot of people who are having performance issues have multiple versions or multiple Sierra's instances running, but I never had to deal with that. So Chris is saying use the chart DOM, recent bid ask columns, refresh them manually. Option 2, use the pullback column. Okay, that will refresh when the bar makes a new high or low. And then V says with the pullback bar, you're still bound to the bar's time frame. Best I found similar to what Chris was saying is use the recent trades, have a macro, map to your mouse and refresh it when you want. And before we trade it to a level, I refresh it to see the larger orders. And then he gives a screenshot there of what that looks like. Okay. And then, oh, there's a link. Morphus, I hope I pronounced that right. Thank you, Chris. And a link
Yeah.
there for opening older chart books. That might be helpful. But regarding that
Appreciate that. Thank you.
pullback column, does anybody know how to achieve what OnlyTix was talking about for getting that recent? Is that possible via the pullback column?
I don't remember the settings, but it was too much information. Then I didn't use the chart. Someone gave it to me, and they call it Christmas tree footprint, whatever.
Okay.
Christmas light. There's so many things going on.
Trades that are dominant side. I don't see anything with a recent here, but separate dominant. I don't see recent.
Frozen.
Yeah. Hey, Chris.
What the pullback column does is it's just another footprint column that will appear like at the end of the footprint, and it only shows the trades that have taken place since the bar has made a recent low or high. So for example, if you look at the NASDAQ right now, it just made a low.
Yeah.
Or it's making a low right now. That pullback column would essentially be constantly resetting itself, and now it's rallying back up. You would see all the most recent values that are trading right now since it made the new low. That's
Okay.
what the pullback shows.
Okay. So it's similar, but not quite to what he was describing.
Yeah.
The
So
ask.
it's like if you're trying to see, for example, the delta value ever since it made a high or a low, that's kind of what the pullback column shows you.
Mm-hmm. So I think the only way to accomplish what you're saying, only ticks, is to probably use Windows GDI and have a manual count of whatever your definition of recently traded bid and ask, and then plot it using those libraries right next to each price level with an offset to the left.
Yeah, and then the question becomes, where do you get that recent bid-ask data from, and does your chart provide it?
Yeah, they should. One second, I'm pulling up the docs. Let me take this window not on top and make this larger, and then actually I think it's called, it looks like someone already asked that. Not present, we'll add it. Get recent bid ask volume at this price. That's it right there. I don't know why they do that. There we go. Get recent bid ask volume at price. And you provide the price. Is there another version of this? Get recent bid volume has finished. Yeah, so that's it right there. You provide a price as a float, and it returns the ask or bid volume. This is stemming from the market data column on the chart DOM, maintained in real time and also during replay. In order for this function to return a value, it's necessary to have chart trading DOM on for at least one of the charts open for that symbol. Also, the recent bid ask volume column needs to be added to the DOM. So it's like you need to have it up and running in order to be able to feed this. This must hook into that DOM column in a way that you can't normally get it from the just the API. So that will give you, I mean, you could find the current price and then go loop through the prices immediately above and below it and then go fetch this. That's for the current situation. For previous historical, what you would need to do is loop through each bar, each price. Well, you don't care about previous bars. Why would you care about the finished volume? You only care about recent bid-ask volume. So it would only be present right on your most recent bar, right there. You don't really care about this bar, this bar, this bar, this bar.
I think it would still be helpful to see it for past bars. It would basically be, well, number one, I don't know if it would be helpful, but I would imagine it would be helpful because DOM traders can't really see historical recent bid-ask data at a certain price level. Like, you just can't, because it'll get overwritten once price rebids or reoffers that price. So I would imagine it would definitely be something original and new that people haven't looked at before. And I think that's pretty much the only reason. Yeah.
What a crazy day right now. All right, do you see the way that you need to go forward with it?
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be hard, but yeah, I see it.
I mean, it shouldn't be too bad. You take the most recent bar, you iterate through each price level on it. You call these two functions for each price level on the most recent bar. You know what the high and the low of the bar is because you can use sc.high of this bar index, right? I mean, screw it, let's just do it.
Okay. What if I wanted to go down the route of doing it for past bars too?
Well, then you would need to loop through all of them. Let's let me open my ACS directory here. That's right, buddy. You let them know.
Can that work as well on candlestick chart?
It should, as long as you enable, I think there's a setting we may need to enable in the defaults block, but let's just run through it. I mean, this is a coding session. So we should call this recent bid ask on footprint. Okay, and for some reason I decided to use my Clipboard study as an example of this, but I'm actually gonna, I think I'm gonna grab something else and use this as a stem or as a template, just because I don't want to have to rewrite all this. So instead of regime calculator, this will be recent bid ask by footprint. I don't know if we need this math library here. I'm gonna get rid of it. I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna call it recent bid ask vol by footprint. We're gonna pass in the SC interface object. I'm gonna keep my debug message string right there. We don't need subgraphs right now. Gonna use this enabled index input. Gonna keep my vertical and horizontal offsets because we're gonna probably use that. We're gonna keep font size. We are going to not use this or this or this or this or this input. So gonna just update my recent bid ask by footprint and recent BA BF rebabif. And then we don't need this. We're going to leave this enabled input so it can be disabled. These subgraphs we can get rid of because we don't have subgraphs in here. Vertical, horizontal, offset, and font size we're going to keep as inputs. And then we're going to go ahead and finalize our configuration block like that. I have time here, but I don't think I need this. I don't need this. Most of this is just, actually, you know what? Let's just start from the beginning. Let's just start from scratch. Chris says, oh wait, I missed a couple. If I don't get it, I don't get it if you are getting recent bid ask on past bars. It isn't essentially a footprint. Right, it would just, you don't need it on past bars because that is the footprint. That's literally what the footprint is. You only need it on recent bars because the footprint is everything prior to that. Something like that with the background color option, Morphus said. With a background color option, I did not add a background color option. We can add font color, and we can add background, I'll just say BG color for that. And then
basically when the bid has been hit, strike, basically when the buyer hit in the market, it's going to be green background, for example.
Oh, you want
red.
like color logic in there. I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I want to keep an eye on this Amazon. Okay. And then OnlyTick said nope. The recent bid ask gets overridden every time price reoffers or rebids at that price. Recent bid ask is the last amount of contracts traded into a level before getting lifted. Footprint is the aggregation of all those. I use those columns but refresh manually. I don't use that definition you have, but that makes sense. The whole point is to help with the reading the real-time order flow, which they already succeeded in doing just fine with the two DOM columns. Okay. Z-Tech is done trading, available now. Okay. Well, he can jump on. Hey, Z-Tech, we're gonna do one before you, and then we'll get to yours after we do this one. All right. And I'm probably gonna schedule a coffee break in like 5 minutes because we've only had 1 cup of coffee, and that's a shame for a Friday. So the idea here, the first iteration of this is we want to know on the most recent bar, because we're going to build this iteratively. On the most recent bar, we need to know every single price level that happened on the most recent bar. There's a couple ways of doing that. There is the volume at price container called VAP, which will contain, I don't remember if the VAP contains volume by side at price. That I need to double check in the documentation. I don't remember. That's one way. Another way is to rip through the time and sales, the actual tick data. That's another way to achieve this. And there's also going to be a time component or some kind of manual reset that'll have to be in here. So I'm going to put time component. I'm also going to put manual reset, like from a hotkey, maybe. I'm just trying to list out all the things that I think we may need in order to be able to implement this. Oh, that notification noise is probably me inside of Vim, Harvey. I think that might be me coding in here, which is why you're hearing that. That's me just coding inside of Vim, and it's telling me audibly that I am back into normal mode versus insert mode, because in normal mode I can do things like this or this, but in insert mode I can write like this, and that's the notification right there that you probably are hearing. So sorry for everybody watching this in the future, but okay, so we have to figure out what is the most reasonable way to iterate through the prices there. Another way is to, I think you can grab specific volume-based data based off of a specific price that isn't using either of these two. Grab vol data based on a price. I don't remember if that's actually part of one of these or if that's a separate thing. We'll have to look through the documentation. We're doing this all live here. So the first thing we need to probably establish is what are the current bars low and high. If we're going to use, I think, this or this, we need to have that information. I believe if we use the VAP, we do not need to, because the VAP we pull in by bar index and it just gives us everything for that. So let's open up the docs. Let's make this not on top. And get volume at price for profile. That's not what I want. Get volume at price. Data for study profile. That is not what I want. Nope, this is not the one I want. Okay, let's take a look. Functions. We are in functions. Variables, arrays. Is it in here? Volume at price. Historical low pullback volume at price bars. Maintain volume at price data. I forgot who was asking. This is the function we need to turn on in our default code block. This is what we need in order to be able to do that. Oh, someone asked about candlestick charts. This is what we need in order to do it on candlestick charts. So let's go ahead and add that. SC dot, what is it called? Maintain volume at price data. Maintain volume at price data is equal to 1. That accomplishes that. Let's go back up here. Volume at price for bar will give us the volume at price for that index. So let's do this one. I'm going to just copy this code example and we'll customize it as we need to right here. So let's go with the VAP version and see if that gets us what we need. Oh my goodness. Let's normalize that so we don't have all that. So we have an integer for the total volume. I don't think we actually need this because you don't care about the total volume. Let's make sure that the VAP has where is the VAP structure? Where is the VAP? Remember to access operators. That is not the one I want. I need to see how the volume at price VAP container is built and what it has inside of it, because we don't care about the total volume. We actually only care about the we only care about the bid and ask volume. Okay. I don't see the VAP stuff there. I'm trying to think of what other study I have that has VAP stuff. I think the exhaustion study had it. Volume at price. Was I grabbing? Let me just see if I have this. Okay, so bid volume and ask volume. There you go. Bid volume and ask volume. But that's essentially just going to be what you have on the footprint. So that won't be recent. Actually, now that I'm thinking through this. So that won't be recent at all because that's just what the footprint has. That's already being displayed by your footprint. So that doesn't actually get you anything new. So that, you know what that begs the question of is, what are you trying to accomplish with respect to this point right here, line 51 and line 52? Is this a recent based on a time or a manual reset?
It's recent in relation to interrelation, the most recent time price trades that price level again. So sorry, let me send a screenshot of my DOM and let me annotate it just so it's obvious.
He explained it here. Price gets overwritten every time price reoffers or rebids that price.
Yeah. So like on the footprint chart, as price is bidding up and down on your most recent candle, all those footprint values are getting reset to like every time. It's just getting reset every time price trades a level on your footprint bar. So it's not accumulating the bid volume and the ask volume traded at each price level, which is what a footprint is doing. The recent bid ask, if I have the definition right, maybe it's current. I don't know. It's either recent or current bid ask. But what we're trying to accomplish is that every time price trades the bid and ask side of each price level, it overwrites the volume that was traded there with the new volume coming in right this split second. And that volume stays there if we manage to trade away from that price level. And that volume will stay there until we come back and retrade it and it gets overwritten. So it's not accumulate. So the footprint is accumulating, and the recent current bid ask is the opposite. It does not accumulate.
Gotcha. Okay. That's going to change the way we go about this. This no longer becomes a viable option. You can't do the VAP. This is the only way to do this. Time and sales data is a requirement. This is also not a viable option. It is not this or this. It is this. So we can remove all of this because we're not going to use any of that. Furthermore, what we need to do is we actually need to create our own VAP. We need to create our own custom object. I'll probably create it as a struct. And what it's going to do is it's going to hold the recent bid ask for the most recent bar on the chart. And it'll be a VAP in the sense that it will have every single price level and both the bid and the ask values on there, but instead of the aggregate, it'll be the most recent, and then we'll need logic that will come in and reset those anytime those are set. So this is pretty expansive. This is gonna take a while. Let's get some coffee.
Okay.
Let me set a
And
timer.
I would love to get Fat Cat involved in this. I don't think I'm in his private voice channel, so I have no idea when he's online. But he's like a Dom shader.
His internet's been out for over a week, so he hasn't been around for a while.
Okay.
I'm gonna set a
I saw
5-minute
him.
alert.
Okay.
And get
Yeah,
some
I think
coffee.
I saw him yesterday, but I think like getting him involved in this would be like really helpful because he might have insight that he might want as well.
If he shows up, yeah.
Okay.
Everybody get a pee break, and we'll be back in 5. If I can turn this on. Yeah, I'm not sure. I can speak to that, Cha. It's more of just because it's a coding stream and it's an interesting problem set as to how to use it. I mean, hopefully it can provide people an example of how to iterate through time and sales data, because that is useful for other things. So in that sense, yep, yep. But ZTech has an interesting one that we can get to later.
Yeah, so Cha Zero, the original intention was that I was thinking the recent bid ask on the DOM is not saved anywhere. Like it's not historical. Like nobody knows like what past recent bid ask looks like because it gets overwritten each time we overtrade it.
But this
So
won't
my
be
idea
saved
was
either. This will get
right,
overwritten.
yeah.
So if you're looking
Because
for
we're not doing past
historical,
cards.
yeah, this won't be historical at all. This will literally be just the whatever's happening right now until that price hits, and then it gets overwritten. So really, it's not. If you need historical, then that's a completely different problem to solve.
Yeah. In which case, like, I'm not sure. I don't want you to like spend too much time on this if we're not gonna go down the historical route.
Oh, well, okay. Yeah, because this is going to take
Yeah.
probably 2 hours to build.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't want you to burden yourself.
But he means historical recent. So in other words, whatever the most recent was before it got touched again in order to reset it, that version of historical versus the aggregate at that level. So like for example, if I don't know, if this 56 or this 140.80 on Amazon kept getting banged into over and over and over again, it would get reset. But then um, the last time it got hit, there was still 56,000 there. But overall aggregate, let's say there was 200,000 traded there, but it would still show 56 off to the side while this would show 200,000. So that's what I think he means by latest. But historically, that would be quite a bit different problem to solve, and actually quite a memory hog, because you would need to, on every single tick, you would need to process every single tick on that bar. So for every single execution that happens, you would need to iterate through every single tick on the bar. You could probably optimize it by skipping ones that where the price wasn't being hit during that time, but that would be an expensive thing. And then you need a huge data structure to hold all the historical data, and it wouldn't just hold the historical, it would have to hold the tick historical, which is already being held in the VAP, but this would be a copy of that, but just for the recent bid ask purposes. So
I think a better another way to optimize it would be kind of like how the like heat maps work on Sierra. Like you can't just, to my knowledge, you can't just pop open a heat map and have it, fill the last X amount of days of liquidity. You need to have Sierra chart open and in real time record the liquidity, and then that way when you close your Sierra chart and reopen it, it gets saved on there.
the difference is that liquidity, which the heat map is on here, that liquidity is an aggregate, and so it doesn't have to reset. It just keeps
Gotcha.
adding and adding and adding to it. So yes, you have to have the intraday heat depth or market depth open, but you just keep aggregating to it. So it's a simpler logic because you just keep plus equaling to it. You can go back and download historical market depth data. Why not use current trades next to the recent bid ask and set bid ask to not reset on number bars? Or that's chart DOM setting global. Okay, it sounds like there's a couple different things here. So I'm gonna reach out to ZTech. we're gonna shift gears because he's got
Yeah, no problem.
Quite an interesting one here. And let me pull up the private message he sent me with this idea and open. Can I open it in a browser? There we go. Let me make it smaller. So let me read to you guys, and actually let me just copy this image and put it in here so that, and then let me read what he said. I'm going to copy this and throw it into the chat as well. ZTech. So on this chart, he's using volume-based nonlinear bars. He added a vertical grid for every 1 second. And what he wants to do is he wants to have an input, for example, 7,500 contracts, where if that level is met within the time period of 1 second, then the background color of that second is drawn in, which is a pretty interesting problem, and it will use a couple of different Sierra techniques to be able to accomplish this, I think. So let's make a copy of our recent bid ask on footprint, and we'll call it ZTech. What do we want to call this? Highlight. I'll just call it ZTech highlight. We'll open up ZTech highlight, and we'll call it this. And I don't think we need vertical offset, that or that. I don't think we need any of this except for background color. And then we'll leave enabled on. We'll kill this. And then for background color, we will create ibg color dot name is background color. Oops. And then I think it's set color. I think it's a function call actually. And let's just set it to color yellow for now. We can always modify that in the settings. And we don't need this. But you know what we do need is we need a chart book that has his chart in with those. Hey ZTech, you're on here now. Can you rip everything out of that chart book? Send me a copy of it, which just has the layout of the candle and the vertical lines with the 1 second interval. So just take everything out that isn't necessary, all the studies, and then send me over a chart book with just that. All right, thanks. So while he's doing that, I'll do some prep work. So the ask here is highlight time intervals where more than X number of volume happens in that time interval. So that right away should tell us we need another input. We need a volume minimum, or let's just call it min volume. And let's create an I min volume dot name minimum volume to highlight, and we'll set integer, and let's set the default. I think he had it at 7,500 contracts. Could you use the number bars calculated values to get the volume on the second subgraph and then use a color-based bar alert to highlight the bar or grid line? That's a good question. Z-Tech, have you tried that? Are we recreating the wheel here? So let's see if we can, let's try that. I'm just gonna open up Amazon here in another chart, detached chart window. Here's a chart of Amazon, and let's go ahead and make this be just 1 day, and I'm gonna make this 1 second chart, and actually it's not a 1 second chart, it's a 7,500 volume chart. That's it right there. And then isn't there, what is it called, the vertical line? What is the vertical line? It's line by time. Does anybody know what the name of this thing is? That's line. Vertical, horizontal filter. I don't think that's what we want.
I think it's called line time. Hold on. It's called timeline.
Thank you.
All right.
Let's go to that. I wonder how time of line. Oh, that's just one line. That doesn't repeat, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Ah, okay. Yeah, this one he has repeating. I'll need him to send me the chart book, or else tell me what study he's using to accomplish that. But OnlyTix is saying that if you add a numbars calculated values to the chart, and then use a color bar based on alert condition, and the alert condition would reference the total volume per bar, right? And then where do you actually put in the alert? You can get volume per second with number bars? Oh, really? That might be the ticket then. Is it in here? Volume. Volume per
Yep.
trade, volume per price. Looking for volume per second. bar duration. Don't see
There it is right there.
volume per second. There it is. Visible. Okay. Let's turn that on. Let's turn this off for now. And let's see. I have a different value turned on there. So it looks like you might be able to accomplish this without any custom code, ZTech. But so basically now all you need to do is add a color condition for anything that this spits out that's over 7,500, right? Interesting that this is a 7,500 volume bar period, but but this is volume per second. I see. So yeah, we do want to do that. So then you just add this, and then you'd go to color based on alert condition, or color background based on alert condition, and number automatically clear before number of bars. Nope. Nope. Background. And then do you just put it in here? And what would this be? I don't usually do alerts. Is it like equals SG1 dot whatever this subgraph is?
Yeah, it would be equals whatever the ID of that numbers calculated value study is.
So,
ID1.
And then the subgraph is 36. So this would be equals 1.sg36. I've never written alerts before in Sierra, so I'm going to need some help.
No problem. So it'd be like ID1.sg36, and then what's the condition we're looking for here?
If it's above 7,500.
Then yeah, then greater than 7,500. And then actually, I think we need an if statement there, along with some sort of for something to happen when that condition is true.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna need to wrap it in an if and then something to happen.
I thought it colors the background if that's true. I thought that's what it was doing.
So it's been a while since I wrote one of those. Let me check how I did it.
Let's see.
Because I think this is probably an easier way, but what I usually do is I have that color bar based on alert condition. And whenever that's true, that fires off some other study called, display value or some shit.
I think you need to change the subgraph condition. If it's a line or arrow.
Oh, so you don't think it's the formula?
No, the formula is correct, but you need to. If you go to subgraph, then inside the subgraph you can change the background here. You see the background option?
Mm-hmm.
No, next to it, the drone style. Then you choose a line, horizontal line, stuff like that, whatever you want to choose.
Let's see, line. Okay. I still think we have an alert issue with the syntax here, so I'm trying to find some examples of alerts. It's not something I usually, or I've never dealt with. I'm just looking for some examples. SG22. If the close, Special functions, you can interact with VAP, that's cool. Reference other subgraphs. This is kind of what we want, right? If SG1, but that's the subgraph in that same study. We want a different study. So we want ID. What is the ID of this subgraph? ID is 2, so this should be 1, right? Nope, this one is 1. That is 1, okay. So then this is the one with the alert. So id1.sg36, okay, is, I don't think we need the and though. The and is just for multiple conditions being true at once, but we don't care. I wonder what the error is on this. Where was that error log?
Could you just do equals to the study and then put in your command without?
Right here. I didn't see who that was.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't know. No, I'm a nobody. Doesn't matter.
Try
I was just looking and
before the alert. Okay, let's try that. Let's clear this. Can this value ever be greater than 7,500 though? I don't think it can, because this is based on, this will never be true.
Can't.
Yeah, this will never be true because we are...
Make it less than and see if it'll activate then. Just to see if you have the syntax right.
Right, let me make it 10,000 volume.
I think the condition is
there
the candlestick itself.
Error.
Although I can't see, is it actually firing correctly? No, it has a formula alert. Does it say what syntax? Oh, do I have a comma in there? That's what the issue is? I don't have a period, I have a comma. I do have a comma. I see. Okay.
Good job.
There we go. It's always the simple ones. Thank you. Okay, so the only problem with this is, ZTech, it does not, and Chris, I think you were right about removing the equal sign, because we have that equal sign removed, and now it's working, but if I do this, it also works, apparently. So I guess it doesn't matter. Okay, that's...
I think you need the equal sign if you were to put an if statement right after the equal sign.
Oh, for some kind of logic.
Yeah, I think that's, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that that's what it's for, to indicate that you're going to use it like a keyword or something.
So ZTech, that would basically get you what you're looking for, right? I mean, it's not, it doesn't have the horizontal or the vertical lines with the dividers, but I couldn't find that study. But this would give you that highlight, and it's a 0 code option. So does that work? The highlight of an area of 7,500 volume within a second, right? I did update the chart to be a 10,000 volume chart, but it highlights anything that's over 7,500. But because it was 7,500 volume, the max that any bar could be is 7,500. So it's a little bit different than your original ask, because it's leveraging the number bars calculated values, but this is available out of the box. So that's even better. So I don't know if that really messes up your flow, but I think this is the best and quickest way to implement that. So try that. Would be nice to be able to grab that drawing and place it on a lower time frame chart. Grab, you mean this highlight, you mean? V? I think there's a couple ways to do that, but there's some study called like overlay something something. Study overlay that you can use to accomplish that. Unrelated question, since there's so many coders in here right now, anyone have experience dealing with time and sales for backtesting? I'm referencing the get time and sales in the example. Adjusted time, date time to keep the data in Eastern time and be incorrectly adjusted due to daylight savings. It's off by 1 hour up until DST and goes into effect till it's back to correct time. You probably have to deal with that. And I mean, I don't do backtesting in Sierra. You probably would need to deal with that in your code somehow. By having a map of days when you go into daylight savings time and adjusting appropriately for that, unfortunately. But I'm actually thinking of going back and actually running through that example for how to deal with time and sales data. Would that be useful for anybody? Because I don't think that this is something that makes sense to do since it's available out of the box. What was the name of that other study that we were doing? It was the recent bid ask on the footprint. I can show you guys how to go through time and sales data. It's a pretty useful thing to have. Let's just take this example from here that they have and move forward with that. Let me normalize this. And basically what we're going to do is just open up the time and sales data for this just to look at it, and then you guys can use it for whatever you need to. I mean, we don't have to solve a particular problem, but you guys can see how to access that time and sales data and different things you can do to manipulate it. So you're going to want to use the VAP container. You're going to want to specify a volume at price. This is their version 2 container, which is what I've been using. I don't really know what all the differences are between version 1 and version 2, but you can play around or look at the actual source code, the differences of what the version 1 and version 2 are. But essentially what we're doing is we're assigning a pointer for this VAP, and I'm actually going to rename it and call it VAP, pvap, pointer to the VAP container, which is going to be a struct of type volume at price v2. So this is declare our VAP container that we'll use to examine volume at price. This here is get the number of price levels for a given bar index. In other words, if I give it the index of this most recent bar here, not any of the others, but this most recent one, it should return to me 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, 20, or whatever number of price levels that are here. That's what this should give me back, is the size at that bar index, the number of price levels. And the reason we need to do that is because then we need to iterate through every single one of them, one by one, and examine the volume of price container at each of those price levels to actually get the details of the bid ask volumes done executed at that price level. So this is the VAP size at bar index. It is just grabbing the number of price levels at that bar index. And let's go ahead and just use sc.index, which will be the whatever this most recent one is. It'll just keep hitting that one. If you wanted to iterate over everything, you could throw this all into a loop, and we can do that later, and then throw your counter, your loop counter into here, and then you'd be able to get the sizes of each of these bars and iterate through each price level at each of these bars. This loop here is basically saying loop through all price levels at this bar index. And I'm going to rename VAP index. Actually, I'll leave it. I'll leave it just so that you guys can reference the code. And let me bring this here and say referencing this this link in the documentation. So what this is saying is that starting at 0, and I believe 0 is the bottommost price level, so it would be 141.07 in this case. So starting at 141.07 and going all the way up until we hit 141.31, grab the VAP element at that VAP index for that bar. What does that mean? This means grab the actual volume at price container for 141.07 and store it into this variable that we created here, this container. Store all of the data relating to 141.07 into this container right there so that we can play with it. And so store VAP for this price level at this bar index so it can be examined. That's what that's doing. So let's scoot over here and let's take a look at a couple things. P volume at price doesn't exist anymore because I renamed it pvap. So I'm going to update the other places where I'm referencing pvap. And then this function call volume at price for bars is a Sierra API call that will take in the bar index, so this most recent one, this most recent bar, the VAP index, so remember we're looping through each price level individually, one by one, starting at the bottom, I believe, and going all the way up. And then it's taking whatever the container of data that's there, and it's storing it into here, into pvap for us. And if it's successful, we'll be able to continue to the next line. If it's unsuccessful, it's going to stop, basically. So it returns either a 0 or a false, probably, when it can't find a VAP container at that price level for this bar index. Just before I go on, I just want to make sure everyone's still with me, or if I'm leaving folks behind. I think the one for you iterate through the time sales, keep track of the most recent trade hitting the most recent bid, and keep track of it in a struct and displaying those on the chart. That'd be trickier if you're keeping track of the accumulation before moving away from the price. Oh, for the old ask regarding the recent bid ask, yeah. Okay, so all this line is doing is it's storing that price level's total volume back into this running total, which we don't really care about for this example, so we can just get rid of it. So if I compile this and run it right now, it'll run through and it'll rip through all the price levels and do it, but nothing will happen. It won't spit anything out. Nothing, absolutely nothing will happen. So let's take a look at what get VAP element at index can do for us and what kind of data we can grab from it. So this is the definition of that, and it will basically, yeah, it doesn't have the various, I think we need to look it up actually. What is the studies 8 and studies 2? Let's open those two so that I can show you guys. Studies 2 and VAP volume at price V2. This one is just using dot volume. I wonder if there's a definition of this structure somewhere. Let's search Sierra chart.h. I want to find the definition of this, but I don't see it in here. Let's try, there's a data structures, here it is. It's not in here. Volume at price, VAP. Oh, VAP container. Volume at price. Here it is. Okay. What I just did was I went through the Sierra code and looked up all the supporting libraries that Sierra offers or has written to support the code base, and I'm looking through to find the definition of this volume at price structure that we are building out right here. And the reason I want to do that is because I want to know what we can play with once we start ripping through all these price levels. But in order to do that, and it's not in the documentation, I need to know what can exist inside of a volume at price v2 object, which is what we're declaring right here. So I just kept going through the Sierra code until I found this definition file, this header file called vapcontainer.h, and this contains the definition of the structure volume at price v2. Let's take a look. It has volume, which is the total volume, the bid volume, ask volume, and number of trades, and the price in ticks. So I'm going to grab this here, and I'm going to throw it into a comment so that I know that we can grab these various things. And let's go ahead and actually not put this in a comment. Let's grab them out of there. Okay, so this will be pvap, and we're using, instead of a dot, we're using a pointer, or this is basically like a dereferencing of a pointer. So when I use an arrow, so if I had the structure directly, I would use a dot. If I had the structure without a pointer, I would use a dot because I'm accessing a field on that structure. But since this is not the structure, this is a pointer to the structure, I need to use, I forgot what the C name is for this. It's essentially a dereferencer. It takes the pointer and allows me to look at the fields inside it. So what was the name of this field? Oh, price in ticks. So price in ticks. Okay, and then this will be pvap volume, and this will be pvap bid volume, and this will be pvap ask volume, and this will be pvap number of trades. So now what I've done is I've grabbed the data at this price level. I've grabbed all the different things that we can get from that VAP container at that price level, and then I'm storing it into these various variables. And now I just remembered, weren't we going to do this on time and sales, not VAP? Let's do it on VAP first, and then we'll do it on time and sales next, and we can go through both examples so that you guys can see how to do it one way and how to do it the other way. So this will be the VAP first, and then we'll do time and sales later after this. It's a thorough demonstration of how to do it. So, so who cares about this? This still isn't doing anything. The first thing I want to do is a sanity check that our data is good. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to dump to the debug log, and I have an object up here called scstring message. I'm just going to use that to write to the debug log, and I'm just going to say message.format, and I'm just going to spit out the index that we're at. So I'm going to put a %d to represent. Yes, I can explain that. Oh, jeez. Okay. This is going to try to answer why I use an arrow instead of a dot. So if I have a structure called my structure, and let's say it has price in here, and I want to use this in my code, but I've defined a structure, right? And what does that look like? Well, that looks like it's going to be an object in memory, and it's going to have one field in it, and it's going to say price is equal to whatever we set it to. What is Amazon at? 141.22. 141.22. Okay. So this is the definition. This is representation of memory. If I say struct my struct, actually it's not struct, it's just my struct. I'm not redefining it. I should give this a little bit better naming. This is, let me rename this, 1 second. I'm going to call it my price object. That's what I'm going to call this, okay? So price object, and I'm going to call it my special level, okay? And then I can set my special level dot price is equal to 141.22. So this is my code right here. This is the definition of the object, and then this is what will exist in memory. And the reason why is because this local variable here I created in my code right here. It's local. And then when I wanted to set up a field on it, these might be called members in C. I don't remember the exact, don't hold me to the exact nomenclature of what the naming is, but it's a field, a member, a variable that exists on this structure. Since this is a local object in scope here, I access it using a period. I say my special level, that's this guy, which is a price object structure, that's this thing, dot price, which is specifically targeting that internal member, and I'm setting it. If instead I had a pointer to that, so what would that be? Price, it'd be a price object pointer called P, I'll just call it P level, okay? If I have that, then what's actually happening in memory is that I have a piece of memory that's not a price object like this is. It's a pointer. And this pointer has a memory address in it. And guess what? That memory address, I have 4 zeros here, is pointing to here. And what's living at this memory address? It's this price object. So when I want to set the price field on something that's a pointer rather than a local variable, I can't do p level dot price because p level is not a price object. P level is a pointer. There is no price field on this local object because that's just a pointer. What I need to do is dereference p level, and by doing arrow, what I've done essentially is I've said take the memory address right here, go to that memory address, and then find the local fields or variables, members of the object that exists at that memory address and access them that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, Mike. It does.
Cool.
Memory addressing, yeah.
Okay, so I want to sanity check for whether these pieces of data are of integrity and if I'm getting everything correctly. So the first thing I'm going to spit out is just the bar index. So it's going to be whatever the bar index of the latest bar is. And then the second one, I'm going to spit out what the VAP index is. So that's going to be another %D. And let me just start building. So one of them is going to be sc.index. That's going to point to this one. And then the second one right here, I want that to be VAP index. Okay, VAP index. Okay. And then I want to know, let's take a look at the size at that index. So I'll just say S equals %D. Actually, we know what that is. That's the number of price levels. So I'll just say num levels. And that's the VAP size at bar index. And then the next thing I want to know is all the details about what we found in that VAP. So let's spit this out. The price in ticks is another %D. The volume is another %D. The bid volume is another %D. The ask volume is another %D. And then the num trades is another %D. And then going to the end here, let me make this on another line so it's a little bit easier to see. So where did we ended at VAP size, that's the number of levels. So now we need price and ticks, we need volume, we need bid volume, and we need ask volume. And then what was the last one? Number of trades. We need number of trades. I'm going to bring this back up to this line. And then I just want to call sc.add message to log of message. And then the one is making sure that it spits out to the message log and pops up the message log in front of our screen so that we don't have to go chasing for it. So this is going to fire a lot of stuff. It might even hang my Sierra chart because this is going to be firing for every tick. It's going to go through and be constantly spitting out every single thing there. So what I might want to do actually is wrap this entire thing in some kind of conditional that would only make it go once. But you know what? Screw it. Let's just do it. Let's build custom study. Let's find recent bid ask on footprint. Let's hit build. See if we get any errors. We don't. And then we're going to go to analysis, studies, add custom study. And then we're going to go to recent bid ask by footprint, add it. And we're going to hit OK. And take a look at index 150. It looks like we have 30 price levels, 31 price levels total at index 150. This is index 150. We have 31 total price levels, and you can see 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, all the way down to 0. And it keeps updating, so I can't scroll up, but you get the idea. The first one will be 0, and now we have 32. So now we go up to 31. 32 total price levels, which 0 index would end us at 31. And on the very last one, the price in ticks is 1414. And that is an integer representation of the price here. Total volume is 100 at that price level. There's 0 volume on the bid. There's 100 shares done at the ask. And now the price levels have updated. Do you see that? Now there's 33 levels. But you can see, and now there's 38 levels. Did we move forward? That's why. I was like, this isn't representing what I'm seeing. There we go. Now there's 38 levels. And now the bid has 200 shares on the bid, 0 on the ask, 100 on the ask, 300 on the bid, 400. You can see it updating in real time. Now 1,000 something on the ask, and number of trades keeps incrementing as well. So this is the raw object that is building out your footprint chart right here. This is it. This is us touching the data coming in and building out this footprint. So what can you do with that? Well, it depends on what you want to accomplish. A lot of Sierra functionality is already available, like numbars calculated can do a bunch of stuff on this. Inside number bars itself, it can do a lot of stuff. But if you're looking to do something custom, does anybody have an idea of something custom we could do? Like pretty much everything you can do with number bars is already available in here. But if you wanted to, I don't know. Oh, here's one thing we can do. Let's take the price and the ticks, this integer representation, and let's translate it to a float, an actual visual price, because this is an integer representation of it. And I forgot how to do that, so I need to look up at the documentation. And I think it's like price in ticks gets translated to something else. Ticks to price value. You provide it this and it spits out a float. Ticks to price value. And I think there might even be one for VAP especially, but let's try this. So let's make a float and we'll call it price. And we'll set it equal to sc.ticks to price value of price in ticks. And then here I'll put price equals %f for float. And then let's find in here num trades price in ticks, and we'll just put price. And so now what we should see right here by price is the actual price of that. We'll build this again. So we should get a new entry right here once this finishes compiling, and you can see that's the actual price right there that represents that integer value of price in ticks. And so you can work off of that. But if you wanted to do things like, well, for example, that exhaustion indicator that I was building out with only ticks and Papa Jacks, one of the things we were doing was examining zero prints on the top or bottom of bars. And so what we would do is we would look through the VAP and we'd say, are we at the top or bottom? How do you know you're at the top or bottom? Well, if you're at 0, if you're at a VAP index of 0, you know you're at the bottom. And you could look at just the bottom 3, for example, or just the bottom 1, grab just that VAP container for the bottom 1, and then examine to see if the bid or the ask is set to 0, and then take some action based on that. Likewise, if you want to know what the topmost one is, you can see the VAP size at bar index, which will represent the total number of price levels inside this bar index. You can go fetch that final VAP container and examine that one for zeros at the bid or ask by using this logic. Actually, I have it open right here. Let me just show you. Yeah, okay. Here's a top at bar. So I'm doing the same thing. I'm getting the size, the number of levels at the bar index. Here is the size on the bid. Here's the size on the ask. And we're just performing some calculations on it to calculate a couple of different things, including like what the imbalance is at the top or bottom. So this is all done using the VAP containers. So you can do a lot of really cool stuff. Here's only ticks as drop off. Here's the zeros. This is if we detect zeros at the top or the bottom. On the side, you can combine that with examining whether it's an up bar or a down bar or what the total volume is for the bar. So the possibilities are really endless playing with VAP. before we move on to time and sales, does anyone have questions about VAP? While I take a drink of coffee.
Can we display the bid and offer price on the market, like market orders at 2 level or 3 level of the price next to the footprint? Basically display it next to it, like, or candlestick, whatever. You know what I mean?
So display, you mean the
Outside the
volume
footprint.
trade? Like the volume traded, you mean?
Yeah, for example, someone hit the bid by 25 contracts, then it will flash 25 red outside the footprint itself on the right side.
Oh,
Then someone hit the offer, left the offer for like 120 lots. So can I see that quickly happen? That will give me an idea who's actually controlling the market.
yeah,
That'll be very useful.
Yeah, you could. I think that might make more sense to show on the next one when we go through time and sales, because that you don't care about historical, right? You just care about now, like what's
Yeah,
happening
exactly.
right now. Yep. So that may be a good a demo or example to show for the next exercise with the time and sales. This VAP is really for the context of historical volume and price interaction, whereas time and sales is more what's happening right now, right now, right now, right now. So yeah.
I was gonna clarify it. It's happening exactly the same way on DOM. There is a 2 columns, offer and bid, like they're hitting each other all the time, and they're fluctuating between red and green. Sorry, red and green, yeah. So the same scenario. I want to look at the DOM. I want to be able to have this on footprint or candlesticks. Will be right next to the candle. Only 2 or 3 levels. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not the whole candle.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Yeah. I just want to be clear about it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you'd want to do that on the time and sales because it has that that time component of it of getting erased from the screen after those transactions happen, versus the VAP container, which is really an aggregate. It's holding the totals of everything happening. So VAP, excuse me one second. VAP is really good for analysis of what happened, and time and sales is really good for analysis of what's happening. Okay, going once, going twice. Any other?
I have a intriguing idea, or kind of intriguing. But since we're on the topic of time and sales, in Sierra chart, there's such a thing called buck sweeps, like bid sweeps, or like the offer got swept, etc. I know some people argue whether that's even legit or if that's like a thing, but I know Sierra chart offers this. I was thinking, would it be possible to map those sweeps onto a chart so you could visually see whether the offer got swept or was it the bid got swept, where on the chart, and then obviously derive some patterns from that if you can see that visually.
Yeah, I mean, that would be combining a third container, which is market depth, because you would need to know what was the resting order at that size. And then you'd probably want to combine that with the time and sales structure as well, because, oh my gosh, I got a frog in my throat, one sec. Because you'll want to examine market depth, resting orders, and then what immediately happened there. We can look at market depth as well when we go into the time and sales stuff, but I don't want to diminish the importance and utility of the VAP. Very, very powerful structure, and really what Sierra Chart has done here is industry leading for VAP. Not to toot their horn, but it's pretty awesome being able to visualize this in aggregate after the fact and write your own studies on it. But let's go ahead and move on to time and sales. So you know what I'll do is I'll just comment this whole section out. And then let's go ahead.
Just to provide an example of what I was talking about, like this picture I just sent. So, you know, this is, I don't know, probably looks like 100 contracts got swept on the offer. You were mentioning that you would need to be looking at the resting orders there. Could you just use the data that's giving you this block of highlights here and just map this time and price level to the chart and just like, I don't know, highlight a bar where this offer got swept and maybe next to the bar a number of how many contracts this is? That can be, you know, that's a small detail.
Sure.
But I think all you would need is the time and price level, right?
It depends on what you mean, and I'll try to explain this here. If you have this is your hard right edge. Let me switch back to this. That's your hard right edge. If you have a resting order, right there, and then we are coming up in price. I don't know, that I'll use. And we're coming up in price. And you have your, let me grab your, so let's say that this level here is 24650 or 42, whatever. It's 4650. I'm just going to put it at 4650 just to save space. What are the options for this being able to happen? You could either have no order there resting on the book, meaning it's a hidden order, so the guy is actually there, but wait, can you do that in futures? Can you have hidden orders in futures? I'm thinking of equities right now.
I don't think
Yeah,
you can.
you can have icebergs.
Okay, but an
No.
iceberg is them refreshing, not actually hiding the order, right?
No.
Okay, so
No, you can have hidden orders.
let's use security agnostic terminology. Let's just call them icebergs. So they will basically, the intent by the seller is to sell, let's say, 1,000 lots or shares, whatever, right? And they're only making visible 10, or let's call it 100 lots or shares. So all we see on the offer is 100, but in reality there's 1,000 behind it. So they keep refreshing as soon as that 100 gets taken. With what you're saying, yes, you can see a bunch of repeat prints, but if you don't have any context with the resting order on the book, how do you know that was a sweep? Like if you, let's say, I don't know how much size is here. Let's say this is 100 lots that went through. If you have 100 lots go through, do you want to assume it's a sweep because there was only, I don't know, 10 lots advertised on the offer, but 100 got executed? Like the definition of sweep means that you took out that set of resting orders at that price level. Because if there's only one lot here, that would also be a sweep if someone came in and bought it. But no one cares about one lot being taken on the offer. The idea is that there's a lot of size resting on the offer, whether it's visible or iceberged. There's a lot of size resting on the offer, and you have a bunch of repeat prints hitting the offer without price moving up, meaning there's more to sell. But in order to do that calculation, You have to have examination of the book. You have to see what's being advertised on the book, because otherwise it's kind of context it's without context.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Like if you saw 4650 repeating a bunch of times, you would know that, and there was nothing being advertised at that price, you would know that there is an iceberg. Okay. But what does they got swept mean? They got swept means that there was advertised size, someone came in and took it, you saw that on the time and sales, and then price moved. That's what swept means. Like price moved after that resting order was taken out. So I guess it depends on what your definition of swept is.
Yeah. Could you say that the definition of swept is that, let's say you're completely blind and you're blind to the heat map. You don't know how much liquidity is sitting on there, but you can say that, because I hesitate to use the term block order, but let's pretend like this was a block order where someone just, didn't exactly market 100 lots, but they obviously they have an algo that split up their 100 lots into these 5s and 6s. Mm-hmm. And all of these lots came in at the exact same time and probably the same millisecond. I don't have milliseconds enabled on that screenshot, but I can check and see what it actually was. But I'm assuming it's probably the same millisecond, in which case you can make the assumption of, okay, all these orders came in at the same time, at the same millisecond. And at that millisecond, I see 1 price level, 2, 3, 4 ticks, 5 ticks. We just upticked 5 ticks in the same millisecond. Yeah, so if we uptick X amount of ticks in the same millisecond, in the same slice of time, then you can say that's a sweep. Or that's how I think what a sweep is. I don't really do...
That wouldn't be a sweep. That would be a identification of an iceberg, is how I would phrase that. Because for me, sweep means price level cleared with usually a large market order. That's what sweep means.
I think you can know this information through the Boolean stacking.
Repeat that, through the what?
Boolean stacking of the...
Oh, the pull stack.
Yeah, you can know this information. There is a study I'm using actually that will calculate how much been pulled and how much been added to the DOM. And I have another indicator that is telling me if it's above the 0 or below the 0, the bid and offer. So that's how you know that who's in control, basically. Who's adding on the DOM, who's pulling away from the DOM, if it's a buyer or the seller.
Yeah. There's actually quite a lot of it's kind of similar. What you're asking is to what ZTech was talking about, number of trades within 1 second, although his didn't have at a certain price, but basically it's number of contracts traded within a very short amount of time at a specific price.
Yeah. So the idea behind this compared to that is that there's a high amount of contracts volume being traded a very short amount of time. I think the idea with this that I'm looking for is that somebody just lifted the book by 5 ticks in the same millisecond.
But they didn't lift.
Start ticking down.
They didn't lift though. They attempted to lift the offer and they kept. I guess it depends on what the definition of lift is, but they keep trying to lift the offer, but they can't.
But if you look at the price levels, it's at the bottom of that highlight, the teal. It starts at 45.75, then it ticks up to 46, then 46 point quarter. So that came in at the same time. It had lifted those ticks, right?
45, and then here's the lift, 46.
Yeah.
Yep. So, so you're saying like this piece right here, and then this is the lift. Yep, that's a lift.
Yeah,
and then 46
it goes up
repeats, and then 46 lifts, and then we get 25. 25, and then 25 lifts, and you get 50. 50 lifts, you get 75.
Yeah, so that's about 4 ticks of lifts that came in at the same second. Probably one guy, we don't know, I don't really care. The idea that I think is important is that somebody just bought the top of the book, or sorry, not top of the book, basically bought the top tick. And if I see price start to tick down, so at the last 2 rows at that screenshot, I can see wheat started to tick down. So after 46.75, the last highlighted teal row, wheat immediately ticked down to 46 like 2 seconds later, which means that, hey, whoever just marketed 100 lots and bought the top tick is now underwater by roughly 2 ticks. And if I continue to see price moving down, like, I know like somebody's underwater. So that's why I think that this is important to see. And if you can visually plot that on a chart instead of, burdening your eyes by looking at the time and sales, I think that would be useful.
Yeah, that's funny because after decades of watching the tape, I couldn't even look at a chart. I would have to just be watching the tape in order to consume that type of information, like what you just explained right there.
Can I add one thing? In the time and sell settings, you can actually combine the time or the price individually. So you can actually do what you're asking through the time and sell settings in Sierra chart.
Oh.
Like I can map it to the chart?
Not map it to the chart, but to actually combine the time or at price. So if we say, you say the price 46 even, then maybe he trade 100 a lot. Then he will wait for that price and will print it for you 120 lot at 46 even. You combine by. Go on.
I don't want to combine it. Like combining it doesn't really mean much to me. Like, I just care about somebody bought a lot of contracts at the top tick and it's now underwater.
Let's do this. Let's build out looking at the time and sales and getting that structure into our fingertips, and then we can look at how to use that in various purposes. Okay. First thing is to grab the time and sales data and start iterating through it, because that in itself is a whole project. So
worst case scenario, if it's not possible to map it to a chart, I'm sure making an alert is definitely possible, right? Like somebody just bought the top tick, and then that'll divert your eyes to the time and sales, and then you can pay more attention to it.
So the large trade filter kind of does this on a larger scale, right? If a large order comes in, it tells you. I wonder if there would be a way to would that achieve what you're asking if it was done on a much smaller time frame?
So the large order indicator on Sierra chart is a bit different to this, because on the large order indicator, you don't know if that large order had actually lifted the price or if that buyer got absorbed.
Right.
So there's a subtle difference, which I think is important.
Get time and sales array. So this function here, get time and sales, gets the time and sales data for the symbol that the study is on. And it returns a populated structure called time and sales. It includes updates as well, so it's got some L1 data on it. I don't know what you guys in the futures world call L1 data, but it does have not only executions but L1 data. There's quite a bit of different stuff you can do with this. Size and time and sales price, volume, time. That there's different types, and I believe all we care about is these two. those are actual executions, and everything else is an update to level 1 data. And then this is for unbundled trade information. Let's see here. This is for dealing with prices. This is for, you have to have this setting set in Sierra as well to be able to fetch back a certain number of time and sales records. Otherwise, this function call won't get it back to you. I think it's set pretty low by default. It looks like combining records has no effect on this API call. And there might be some chart replay issues that need to be taken into account. Also, this sequence number is really important because it is the order of which those executions happen in. You can't always rely on the time, but you can rely on the sequence number. So that's another piece that needs to be taken into account. Oh, and they even give us a little demo here of how to grab it. Here's another one. What's the difference between these? This is get time and sales. This one is get time and sales array for bar index, which means it doesn't give you the whole chart, it just gives you the most recent bar. And so it just gives you the most the most recent time and sales data. This gives you everything for a specific symbol. So this would be if you are trading one symbol, but you need to take into account something happening on a different symbol. This would let you do that, which is pretty cool. Okay, well let's use the main one. I think get time and sales. I'm just going to take their example here and copy it into the code editor Vim, and we can get started. Okay, so first thing is the structure time and sales, which is a C time and sales array. Let's go ahead. I still have my VAP container open. Do I still have structures open? Here is the definition of that object. It's a class which has a time and sales struct within it. Interesting. And then, so it's basically it's a carrier. It's an abstraction of the time and sales itself, because the actual raw data of the time and sales is an object, or yeah, it's an object, a protected member of this class time and sales array. And I think why they did that is to allow you to have iterators through this very large set of data and information like size. Get array size will return the size. The oldest element is at index 0. The newest element is at size -1. Okay, that's good information to have. So this is all built into that class time and sales array. Does not copy the data, it copies a pointer from the given time and sales array. Okay, so this is just for iterating through that. I'm just looking through the definition here to make sure I understand the basics of this. Is an index trade. Get date of last trade record. Okay, so this is them just going through and providing some helper functions. Get an index of less equal record at date time. Get less equal record at date time. Get record index at greater than sequence number. This function needs to perform, interesting. This function needs to perform a fast binary search of the time and sales array container return the index of the record with a sequence number greater than the given sequence number. So basically this is, hey, what's the next trade? Give me the next trade. And it needs to be fast. Keep in mind that the member variables next index, start at next, indicate the first record that is in the array. Upper bound cannot be used unless we implement forward iterators in this class. Return -1 if the array is empty. If the first array element has a sequence number greater than the sequence number passed in, then return 0. I think this is the only comment in all the Sierra chart code I've ever seen. Like I don't think I've ever seen Sierra comment their code. Well, I guess right there they have some, but like usually they don't comment their code. So that's quite unique to actually have a blurb that size of Sierra engineers writing in about what they're doing in here.
I think that developer needs a raise.
I feel bad for these developers. But okay, so here's our time and sales class, but that's not the actual time and sales object. Where is the actual data? This is the amount of data in there. This is the time and sales adjustable date time scale adjustment for this index. This didn't actually show us how to interact with that data. Let's take a look. Time and sales are, nope, that's separate stuff. I don't see any working examples of how to actually fetch that information on it. Let's go back to the definition in this structure, take a look. So time and sales, I don't know. It gives a pointer. Bid-ask quantity, triggered, stop. It does return. So right here, so when you are accessing time and sales with a bracket, it is like a shortcut to the member called data, and it returns that index as data to you. So they made a shortcut to it as well. Let's take a look at what this structure looks like. Here it is. So this is the definition of the actual data that can be in there. And it looks like we have, let me copy some of this over so that we can use it. We can examine it. Looks like we have date time. Looks like we have price. We have volume. Actually, you know what I'll do is I'll just grab this. That's the constructor. This does multiplication on the values in there. Okay. So all of these we're going to set to the time and sales TS index value. Okay. So SC date time, we can actually just use this. And then we can say adjusted date time, but this is called just date time. And then we can reuse this or delete this. This is the price. It's going to be in time sales TS index dot price. This is the volume. It's going to be in time sales TS index dot volume. The bid is going to be times sales TS index dot bid. This is going to be time sales TS index dot ask. This is going to be time sales TS index dot bid size. And this is going to be ask size. Sequence is going to be time sales TS index dot sequence. And this is a flag for whether it's unbundled. We also need the type, and I don't think we need the, well, I'm going to comment these out. Type is going to be time sales TS index dot type. So right now, we are going to get as many records as possible that we have set up in Sierra for that one setting of time and sales records for the symbol that's loaded, Amazon here. And we are going to rip through all of them, starting at the most recent one. You see how this is being defined starting at the most recent one and going backwards. Starting at the most recent execution and going backwards. And then we have the date, we have the price, the volume traded, how much was, this is actually a float. Interesting. So these are the values of the bid and the ask at the time that this price, or that this volume transacted at that price. So this is the inside market. These are the trade execution details. Let's bring type up here as well. Trade execution details of the type of trade, the price that it happened at, the volume it happened at. This is the inside market price. This is the inside market size right here. So if you, this is the level 1 information, by the way. And then this sequence number is very important as well. Okay. And then, you know, let's grab these total bid and ask depth at the same time so that maybe we have some interesting results there. So this is time sales TS index dot total bid depth. And this is the same thing, but ask depth. As always, I'm going to do a sanity check. I'm going to say message.format. And I am going to say that we are, so we're starting at the most recent execution on the tape. I'm going to spit out TS index. I'm going to just call it %D. It's going to be TS index. And then I am going to, yes, it would, Ben. I think it might help identify the sweep thing. But we'll get there. Next thing I want to find or spit out is the type. So if it's either bid or ask, so type. And then the price is a float, so that's %F. And then the volume is %D. And I'm just going to make this be PVD. And then the sequence number should be an integer as well. Let's start with that. So we have type, we have price, we have volume, we have sequence. Let's go ahead and say sc add message to log, and let's see what we get. Let's see if this compiles. No, it does not. Got a bunch of errors. Let's take a look. Remote build did not succeed. We have an error for a member of type in TS index, which is not of class of type int. Furthermore, every single thing we're trying to fetch. Oh, I see why. It's because I have syntax errors everywhere. For some reason, my brain put a bracket not at the... There we go. These brackets should be at the array index inside the time and sales array that we're trying to access, but I'm on autopilot here and not thinking. So let me clean this up. TS index, TS index, TS index. That should be better. That's a successful build there. Let's go ahead and we're gonna crash the air chart. Oh man, this thing is lagging. Let me limit it to just like, I don't know, 10 records or something. So let's say while TS index is greater than or equal to time sales.size minus 100, so that we're not looping through thousands of records, because I think I have it set to like 70 or 100,000 time and sales records, and that's just causing Sierra to have to spit that all out for every single tick, and that's a lot of writing. Okay, all right, that's a bit better. Now I'm back to being responsive and everything. Why do I set it that high? Because back before Sierra implemented the number bars multiplication volume display multiplier feature that I was asking for a long time, I had to build this by scratch for myself, and so I built it, and I had to go back. I had to use the time and sales and aggregate it and go back as far as I possibly could to get historical data to build, and then I would modify the VAP directly. So I was using this as a hack, essentially, to go back and make the footprint look the way I wanted to. After they added the volume display multiplier, I don't need to use that anymore, but I never set it back. But all it does, it's only for ACSIL studies, and I don't think I have any active ACSIL studies right now that are saving that many or utilizing time and sales. It saves them, I don't know if it saves them to memory or to disk. Probably to both. Let's take a look at what we got here. We've got the what is this? The index inside the time and sales array. So it looks like I'm storing 99,000. That's how many time and sales records I'm storing. 99,000. Probably 100,000. 99,999 is probably what I'm doing. And we see the type is 6, so we need to look up what those mean. And then we see the price is at 141.33. We see the volume transacted at that price right here. And then we have the sequence number, which should be representing that individual trade execution's unique identifier, essentially, from within Sierra chart, which allows us to make sure we can step forward chronologically or backwards chronologically if we need to. So sanity check, I think, is successful. We know we're getting the time and sales data. It appears to be correct. One thing that I would like to do is check that we are filtering out anything that is not SCTS bid or SCTS ask for the type, because there's quite a few different types of time and sales records that can come through, and we don't care about anything that's an update. We only care about actual trade executions. So that would be SCTS bid and SCTS ask. So let's just put in a little piece here. Only look at trades, not updates. And we can just say if type is not equal to SCTS bid and type is not equal to SCTS ask, then go to the next one. And let's see if the type numbers change here. Okay, so now we don't have updates. We just have type 2s. And do we have any type 1s? Yeah, we do. Type 1s and 2s. That must be bid and ask trades only. So these are actual trades now. That's it coming through here. Actual trades. And that's the tape right here that we're seeing. Those are the sizes coming through on the tape. And those are the prices that those are being executed at. The only other thing that we're not spitting out here is the actual time stamp on this. So, where's our date time? There's our date time. We can put a time in here as well. And I wonder if, rather than putting time, let me look up the time functions in Sierra. No. Yeah, date time to string might be what I want. Does this... Oh, but that's a date time, not an SE date time. Date to string. Let's try this, SE date to string. We pass it a date time. Let's try that. Date to string. Date to string. So rather than time being in, we make it a string like that. And let's see, this will happen right here. And we'll see sc.date to string of date time. And let's see what we get for that. And will it give us milliseconds as well? And there's other things we can do to examine the time. And that completely does not work. I wonder if this is being returned as an SC string object. And it is. So because it's being returned as an object, that's why we're getting these funky letters here. Because I'm actually trying to spit out not a value, but an entire object. I need to call get characters on that object in order to return a string that can be actually spat out to the debug log. So we'll go ahead and compile that, and we should get an actual string. So it looks like it's just spitting out the date, not the time. Okay, let's see if we can find something a little bit more accurate. Is there a date time to string? Date time to string. There is. Date time to string. Okay, let's try that. Date time to string. Let's build that. And that did not succeed. Too few arguments to the function. So I must have missed something. It looks like this requires a date time. Oh, and a second argument called flags, which is an integer, and the flags can be any of the following. One of these flags. Okay, let's take a look. complete date time, complete date time with milliseconds. I think that's the one we want right there. We want the complete date time and milliseconds. Let's go ahead and pass this flag to this function as the second argument and try again. Look at that. So now you can start to see some repeating values in here, probably. Just by staring at this for a little while, you can start to see some of these are happening at the same millisecond. I actually don't know if ms means microsecond or millisecond here. So don't know to what degree that is. Oh, there's millisecond. So I'm guessing it's millisecond, not microsecond. But you can see here we have some repeats, and though like 996, I just saw 337 there, 655, 655, a bunch of things going off at 655. So that is how you could potentially start to look at and examine things coming across the tape in a programmatic way, and you could say something like, you could start archiving these or storing them in a separate container that you build and clearing that every couple of seconds or something, or whenever you want, and start examining it and saying, hey, at 3.363, we just had all this volume come through. Let's take action on that, or let's examine that. So trying to think of what would be a good example to implement here. Like 250, you see that? Boop, 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 boop. Oh, it gives you microsecond. Cha says, okay. Well, let's do something with this. With the repeating, we'll need a structure to store it in, and we'll need to be able to blow out that structure from time to time. I'm trying to think of what the best way to build this structure is. Let's think about what it would need to have. It would need to have a price. It would need to hold the date time in milliseconds. It would need to have the total accumulated volume at that price, and then maybe the number of different trades that happened at that time. And then what you'd be able to do is see in like a separate container multiple trades coming through at the same time at the same price that were adding up to a certain amount of volume and what that total volume was for that level. So that would allow you to do that. Now, with regards to the clearing out an offer or a bid and sweeping a level, that's where I wonder if we can utilize bid and depth and size on the L1 information that's coming through here to aid in that calculation. I'm going to take a brief second to look at the market here, just to see where we're at. Looks like a pretty dead day, although we're 11 and 0 and 13 and 0 right now. Chop, chop. Rivian heading down. Interesting. Where's the low? Ooh. NVIDIA shop. Look at that right there. I wonder if that thing starts to come in. Let me set a low on shop. Let's look at Roblox, Amazon, Roku. Just everything's chopping. Disney's starting to come in. Where's the low on Disney? Oh, it's got a while, and it's got yesterday's range there. Disney's starting to come in. Facebook, Baba, Tesla. Very choppy day. Look at Google. That's ugly. There's no one here today. Coin trying to grind higher, but I don't see all that much. Honestly, that Disney looks, but it's got support coming in here. Maybe that shop, if it gives up this level, that might be something worth looking at, but I'll just set this and so I have a visual. Okie dokie. Actually, I think it's time for a break. Let's do maybe a structure containing last price, timestamp, hash map, which is a dictionary of price of basically volume at price, like a VAP. And then you can iterate from the last timestamp, accumulating the volume until price changes, and then the storing of that accumulated volume into the hash map. Yeah, that is with the end goal of what? Cha? Is my stream still going?
Yeah, your stream's still going.
Cool. Let's take a bathroom break here and get a drink or something. We've been going for a while here. So let's take 5. Okay.
So I'm not a coder, so I'm just trying to think through what the question is that you're facing now. When you say you need to put it in something, does that mean, is that a coding thing?
It so one of the one of the problems that I think we have here is that we don't have an end goal. I think I'm just demonstrating how to get this time and sales data and how to work with it, but we don't actually have a targeted goal for what we want to do with any of this. So it's kind
Whenever you had your test data and it was showing through that stream, it showed it collectively, kind of like a tape. And it's just into a message log. But if you had an output source that could, like an Excel single column spreadsheet, and it could identify the milliseconds or the whatever the end marker is, whatever the unique markers of the data set is,
mm-hmm.
you know, if you could say, okay, group similar, you know, similar numbers, you know, identification numbers in a similar color, then you would be able to know, okay, there goes one set, there goes another set, there goes another set. And you may not necessarily be able to identify that it, I don't know if that helps or not, but whenever I was looking at that streaming, I was just thinking, man, it would be great if those were all blocked in one color and just fly up.
Yeah,
Anyway,
you could definitely do that. The question after that would be, what do you do with those sets of blocks that you collect? Like, how do you want to visualize them? How do you want to interpret them? Do you want to take action on them? If there's certain conditions within those blocks, like let's say this one had 10 at 417, or let's say that the total volume there was very high or very low. What do you want to do with that? But yes, you could take those pieces, or those blocks, if you will, and put them together into a separate data structure and take action on them. It's just we're kind of aimlessly going right now because we don't have an end goal of what we want to accomplish, so we don't have any action that we actually want to take. But yes, you absolutely could. And you don't need to use Excel. I would do it straight in C here.
I don't know how to code. I'm sorry. That's way above my head. I was just conceptualizing on it.
I think you're well on your way though, because that's exactly what you would do programmatically. Is you would say, you know, we're spitting out that date time. That's right here,
mm-hmm.
and that's coming from right here. So, date time objects, you can actually grab individually the seconds and milliseconds from them explicitly. So you could say on every single incoming time trade execution, examine the timestamp and say here is a timestamp. Have we seen this timestamp before? Oh, we have. Okay, add these volumes to it. Oh, we haven't. Okay, create a new record and start adding to that timestamp the volumes that we're seeing coming in at that timestamp or at that price or both. And but then the question is, okay, you have all these structures now. What do you do with them?
I think you only care about the structure if it gets the result that you want. So if the flood comes in and it modifies the price 2 ticks, then you know it's having an effect on the market. If it's just noise, then I mean maybe you don't care about that. So it seems like I don't know who requested this. I don't know who requested this, so I may just be leading you into a dead end.
No,
but if
the piece that you said where if you saw the price move 2 ticks because of those repeated blocks. So that's the end goal for what it sounds like for what you may be looking for, but someone else may be looking for some other conclusion from that. But that's what you could do. So this is really more of a demo of how to get at this data
Oh, okay.
And then
Okay.
if you want to see if the problem you want to solve is I want to see a bunch of repeated trades at one price at one time that ended up moving the market by a tick or two, you could use this as a framework and then code in that additional part of a tick or two to examine and flag you on that. But that may not be what someone else needs to see from this. Like for example, when I was using time and sales data last, I was using it multiplying the volume amounts because I only trade equities. I was multiplying the volume amounts by 1/1000th or dividing it by 1,000 so that I could on my footprint before the Sierra released the uh, option, the feature of being able to do this natively in Sierra, so that I could divide all these, because these are in thousands. This is 20,000 shares, 13,000 shares. But before they released that feature, it would be 13000200000. Like it would just these number bars, these footprints were impossible to read for me in that format. So what I used is the time and sales, multiplied the volumes by 1/1000th, and then wrote it back to here so that I could accomplish that. You see what I mean? Like, so I wasn't caring that
Yeah.
a market moved by a tick or two. That's someone else's use case. But absolutely, you could do that if that's what you wanted to achieve from it. The idea right now is to group trades into micro ranges of shared timestamps that only differ in sequence number. I think that was the general idea, Cha, that we were going for, was like saying, here's a bunch of trades that happened at either a similar price or a similar time, and they are somehow related to one another, and do something based off of that. Are all those studies available somewhere? That's Zips stuff. Yep. That looks like, yeah, check. Yep. I'm almost thinking of shifting gears here off of this. We had a couple other subjects we were thinking about discussing today. One of them was coding, which I feel like we've definitely done. Another one was context. Another one was edge. Another one was trader journey. But I'll leave it up to you guys. Does anybody want to talk about context, edge, trader journey, or something else? Or should we keep coding? Don't be shy.
I think we could finish this piece code.
Continue to code?
Yeah, I think it's very useful.
Cha is also coding in the background.
Amanda will show me if we get that to be displayed on a chart in a certain way in each on the range of 5 level of price, and that will show me, for example, the seller is puking or the buyer puking. It will be very useful if we can get it on a chart displayed in a certain way, like volume graphic way. I can send you a picture of one I have here.
So when you're talking about displaying it on a chart, you mean those grouped, bundled trades at one price very, very quickly, a bunch of volume at one specific price?
Yeah. Like it would show there, it will stay there. If we moved away from this price by 2 to 4 ticks, it will disappear and keep updating the next 4 or 5 price level.
Why 2 to 4 ticks?
I mean, because if you by the time you look at it, you'll kind of figure out, okay, that was a lot of buying at this level. Then you can see it happen on the time and sell. Then it makes sense to move up 2 to 3 ticks up. Then that will kind of like a footprint, like show you that actually there was a lot of buying at this price at this time altogether.
Sure. I'm playing devil's advocate here. So why 2 to 3 ticks? Why not 4 to 5 or 9 to 10? What's the
Well,
significance of 2 to 3 ticks versus any other number of ticks?
I'm talking about the way I'm trading. I'm basically keep my eyes on the last few ticks, what happened. Then I don't care about the last 5 ticks, only the 2 to 3 ticks, because that's where the action happened, you know. But you can make it. You can give an option, say 10 ticks, keep the record of the last 10 ticks.
Yeah, an input.
Or the whole candle size itself. You can keep it up to the candle size. If it's the candle 10 level, you can up to 10 level, just like a footprint.
I'm trying to think. So this combination of these groups, so like 838 here. So we group that together, and now we have a price, a time, and a total volume for a group of bundled trades. But so many of these are happening all at once, so you'd visually just have however you wanted to display it, you just have stuff flying all over the chart like all the time, appearing and disappearing, because these are happening pretty frequently. Like if you just stare at this, there's 397, here's 897, there's 899, there's 697, here is 805, here's 603. Like I just went through 3 seconds there and there was at least 5 or more, and that's just on shop, which is not a heavy trader. So if you go to ES or some other heavily traded product, those conditions alone, you'll just have stuff, it'll be so much noise here. So we need to find, I'm happy to lead us there, but we need to find some more, what's the word I'm looking for? Specific criteria for what and why we want to show something additional on the chart with relation to this, either a minimum volume filter or some kind of time filter. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, you're looking for a way to display it, basically, in a useful way.
Exactly.
Not too much noise, very straightforward.
Let me load ES here, just because all of you, I think, are ES traders. So instead of showing,
yeah, definitely.
Instead of showing, oh, and ES is trending. Look at that. So looking at this, yeah, you can see a ton of blocks coming through. And ES trade's heavy, but I just see a ton of blocks coming through. So there's quite a few coming in at the same millisecond. So we need other criteria in order to filter that. Or it'd just be showing indications everywhere on the chart.
It could be, okay, maybe if he's up to how many contracts being traded at certain time and price. The last few seconds, for example, last 5-10 seconds. Just as an example, I'm not sure to be honest, but I'm just trying to say that if we just can kind of like consider it to be only showing when this kind of condition happens. If it's been traded multiple lots at this price at the same time, it will show up on the screen or show up on the chart. I mean, on the side next to the candle.
Let me write this down. Keep a rolling average of number of trades in time blocks, and when the number of trades outside the standard deviation, 2 standard deviations of the average, similar with uptick, downtick movement. I think that's actually already available in the number bars calculated. I think you can do that in there. They have average number of trades, and I think a couple different versions of it, and then number bars calculated values too. I think can do that as well. But for the sake of running through this demo and showing how to aggregate this and then being able to use that for something else, let me just think about how we could accomplish this. We have to store essentially a giant dictionary. Let me bring out my... It's basically a giant dictionary because it's going to be an array. I'll probably use C vectors as a way to handle that. And then I'll probably want my own structure. And then I'll probably want, do I want to hold it by price or by time? What's more important, I guess? Is by time more important or by price more important?
I think time, because if someone want to trade 10,000 lot in 5 seconds,
So
15 years.
basically, it's time in milliseconds,
Yeah.
and then the structure would be the time, the price, and then the total volume is what I'm thinking. What other pieces of information do we need to hold? I think that's all we'd need. Okay. Let's make a structure at the top of our file here. And we'll call it, well, VAP is volume at price, and this is volume at time. So what if we called it VAT? And VAT had, do we want an integer representation of date time in milliseconds? I think we do. I think we do because we want the index to be very, very quickly searchable. I'll say date time in milliseconds. And I don't remember if this needs to be done as commas or semicolons in this structure definition. And then we also have the price. And then we also have the volume, the total volume. And that is volume at time container. And what we're going to want to do is create a volume, a vector. So we'll need to introduce vectors here. We'll say include vector. And we'll want to have a vector of volume at time objects that we can populate, and then also a way to search through them. And do we want to abstract the whole thing into a separate structure and build in the searching functionality into that? Because this will hold volume at a specific time, but we need a structure to hold all of these and be able to search through them. Volumes at times. And this is basically a vector of VAT objects called, or I forgot how to instantiate vectors. Hold on a second. I need to take a look here. I don't have it in this one. That's how I do it. Standard vector of VAT, and we'll call it VATs. And I think I need to actually define this above here because the compiler is going to say what is a VAT if I don't have it defined up above. So we have two structures. We have the volume at time, which stores the aggregate volume at a specific time. So for example, if 10 trades come in at 0.439, this will hold the price and volume at 0.439 milliseconds that was traded at that spot. This structure is going to hold all of these objects. And the reason that we want that is because we want to create a function called find vat for a given date time in milliseconds. And the reason we need that is because we need to be able to quickly reference a pre-existing volume at time if we see further trades coming in at that time and populate that so that we can grab it. So not only do we need to pass this in, but we also need to pass in, so if we find a vat, we need to pass in a structure to return it. So let's see here. What is the search, Gecko? The search will allow us to, so if we're going to create these volume at time objects, the next step is if we already have one at that time, we need to find it. Well, how do we find it? Well, we have to rip through this entire array of volume at time objects. Instead of implementing that ripping through that entire array here, or sorry, down here in the code, I'm actually going to abstract it into this volume at times holder container, basically. And I'm going to have a find vat function in here that's going to do that logic for us so that we don't have to do it down in the code. We can just call find vat and this is actually going to be vat by reference, and we'll call it volume at time. I think they should be the key to your map. Then you can add the prices as a secondary key in your struct. How do you mean? I'm using the least amount of libraries to include here. Like there's probably a hash table or dictionary libraries that you can include, but most people aren't gonna be bringing those in. So I'm trying to use as much out of the box C. Unordered map, is that in the CLibs? Standard, yes it is. I've never played with this before. Let's take a look. Unordered map is an associative container that contains key value pairs with unique keys. Search, insertion, and removal have average constant time complexity. That's good. Elements are not sorted in any order, organized rather into buckets. Okay, let's take a look. So it has a key, it has a type, it has looks like it has iterators as well, a size function, a check to see if it's empty or not. You can clear it, you can insert stuff. And I wish I would have known about this earlier. I would have been using this. It has lookup functions that we can use. It has a find function, which allows us to find with a specific key, which is the exact thing that we're looking for. And then there's an example. Gecko, when you say that that size is the key, why would it not be time? Why should the sizes be the key? Can you explain that? There's a 400 lot order hanging out here at 4260 in the ES. Oh, no. We are interested in grouping by time. We're interested in grouping by millisecond, like by similar millisecond. Like you see these orders coming through at 306. That's what we're looking to group on. So I think this will work, and this may be what we want to use. No, not similar sizes. No. We want to group by time. But I think we can use this unordered map. It looks like I need to include the header unordered map. So I've never used this library, and I'm not a C developer, but we will try. So let's take a look here. Instead of vector, let's use unordered map. And instead of vector, we will use standard unordered map of type vat. Let's look at their example down here. Unordered map of type vat, and create an unordered map of 3 strings that map to other strings. So what is the second argument for? Let's go look. Oh, one of them is the key, and one of them is the type? Am I reading that right? Is one of them the key and the other is type? The key is a string, and the type of the data is that. So we would probably want, what is our key again? We want time as a key. Yeah, go Raj. Okay, yeah, thank you. The int as the key, right? Because we're going to use this date, time, and milliseconds as the key. And then our vat object is the type that we're going to be storing inside this vats. And then I don't know if we even need this volume at times object at all, because this is going to do everything. This map called vats is going to do everything that object was going to do. So it's this abstraction layer that I was looking for. So we can just use that, vats. So where do we want to use that? So down here, where we are ripping through our time and sales, I'm gonna silence those dumps for now, and I'm just gonna say vats dot, and I have to look at I think there was an insert call for, what did they call this, U? I don't see it here. Let me find where that insert call is. Inserts elements. Okay. So if it doesn't exist, we need to insert, but first we need to find with a specific key. So first we need to find, and find looks like that. You pass it the key, and it returns to you something. What is this return type? what is the return type? Return value is an iterator to the element with a key equivalent to the key. If that isn't found, then the past the end iterator is returned. So it's returning an iterator rather than an element or an index or anything like that. So we have to, if we're going to use unordered maths, we have to use their iterators. So the first thing we want to do is pretty much use this type of functionality here and call this find function. So let's go ahead and do that. Oops. So yeah, we want vats.find, and then the key is going to be our time in milliseconds. But first we need to convert our date time into milliseconds, and that is, let's go up here. I forgot where ACSIL introductions, there's something, SC date time. Oops. SC date time. Where did that go? Get time in milliseconds is the function that I want, and that returns an integer. So that is what we're going to use to normalize our date time object into basically milliseconds for easy comparison, because an integer is going to be easier to compare than anything else. So let's normalize our date time into an integer of time in milliseconds. So it's int time in milliseconds is equal to SC, or wait, it's the date time object that get time in milliseconds. Our date time object is called just date time, which is, by the way, a terrible name for a date time object, but date time dot get time in milliseconds. So that is our key. This is our vat key. Okay, so we want to find time in milliseconds on our VATS object, which is the unordered map of VAT objects with a key of an integer, which is our time in milliseconds. So it's going to try to find the one with this right here. So I don't think we can make that call just like that. I think we need to, yeah, we have to, this is an iterator. So let's copy this stuff in here and move this into here. And I don't remember exactly. I think auto is a way for in C++ to specify to the compiler that you don't really know what you're getting back. I don't really know a lot about this. Maybe someone who's a C++ developer can help. But what is this supposed to do again? I think we all forgot. Oh no, we're trying to organize trades into buckets based on the millisecond that it happened, and then we're going to do some analysis on those buckets to see if there's a certain threshold of sizes that were accomplished or achieved rather inside those buckets. Basically, it's like a mini iceberg detector, sort of.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, this is like a mini iceberg detector.
Yep.
That's what this is.
Yep.
For scalping. Yeah.
Yep. Definitely. Is millisecond resolution the right choice? Probably not, because first of all, the right choice would probably be microsecond, but without going into that rabbit hole. And this is all for demo purposes. But also, algos these days aren't firing off everything in the same millisecond, because this is a very common technique to be able to try to identify icebergs. So smart algos, smart programmers, will not just group their icebergs into the same millisecond, because that's like screaming to anybody doing what we're doing here, like, hey, this is all the same order. They're going to break them up. But that's beyond the scope of what this demo is, and it's already 1:42 p.m. So we're gonna just keep trucking on with this just to show it, and then you guys can come back with your own versions of this and show off what you were able to build. But essentially, this auto keyword here, I think, means that we don't know what we're getting back from this find function. They call it search, but really it's search is supposed to be an iterator. Iterator, if it's not equal to the end iterator position, then we found one. If we did not satisfy this conditional, then we didn't find one. So let me translate that. So auto, I'm just going to call it iterator, ITR, is equal to vats.find that time in milliseconds bucket. Can we find an existing bucket of trades for this time in milliseconds? Is what this question is asking. If the iterator is not equal to the vats.end iterator, then we found an existing bucket. Add our volume to it here. Otherwise, we didn't find an existing bucket. Add one here. Okay? And now we can get rid of this. And so what we want to do for the add case, this is going to be the very first one. We're not going to have one. We're going to need to add. The very first one, we're going to have to say we need to add something to vats. And what we need to add to vats is going to be a vat object. And we can just say vat, temporary vat. And what are the fields in this thing again? I already forgot. Date, time in milliseconds, price, and volume. So date time in milliseconds is equal to, where's our key? Time in milliseconds. I don't remember if these are semicolons in here or if these are commas, but we'll figure it out. The compiler will yell at me. Price, I think, but do we even need price? I don't even know if we need price. Volume is equal to volume, and I'm going to cast it to an integer. And then what we want to do is take our vats object dot insert. Was it insert? I don't remember. Let's go back to our insert. Let's go to the example, insert. Yep. I think you can just do insert. I don't think you need to insert value. Yep. I think we can just do insert like that. So we call insert, and then we want to do add temp. Okay, so that's that case. The second case is we found the existing bucket, so we do not want to insert a new one. We just want to increment the volume that we found in that bucket. If we found an existing bucket, how do we, is that iterator, actually I need to take a look at the documentation again because I don't know how to interact with that. If we use find, and maybe Garage, maybe you know, if you get find, oh, is this it right here? That's the iterator first, iterator second. What does that mean? How do you access the actual bucket inside that map using the iterator? You need to give the insert a key as well as the map insert. Oh, key value? Yeah, that's probably right. So I could just use it first, right? On the iterator to grab it. So on our insert here, we need to also provide a key. So the key is time in milliseconds. And then up here are, I can just say first, and then is that a reference? Can I just say volume plus equals volume, like that? Add our latest volume to this bucket. And so what this is going to do is probably not compile successfully on the first time. But besides that, is it's going to just start adding all of these transactions into buckets together with each other. And it's not going to do anything else. We're going to have to go through and look through them. We're going to have to go through and look through them individually to find volumes that are over a certain threshold. So that's the next step. So let's go ahead and, do I have any, let me see if I have any messages. Nope, nothing dumping. So this should all go blank here if this compiles successfully. Got some errors here. Unordered map not found. So that library does not exist within Sierra's remote compiler. That's something you need to add. So that is why I didn't want to use that, because unless everyone downloads that and links it, no one's going to be able to use that. It must be from something else. Yeah, that's why I try not to use other libraries, because most people won't go through the steps of adding those libraries locally and all that stuff. One second, please. Let's see here. And all of these are because that wasn't declared. So unordered map, not available to us. And I did include it there, but it's not going to link. Okay, so we can't use that, unfortunately. So what that means is that I don't think you can provide, oh, you can provide additional compiler. Let me try. I don't know what that does, but we can try it. What does this flag do? Oh, try compiling to a certain version. I thought they were on version 20 something, but yeah, it's not linked. That library isn't linked. So if you want to use this library, you have to basically, and look at the size being advertised up here at 60 now, 500 something contracts. If you want to use this library, you have to basically use Visual Studio or some kind of local build. You don't have to use Visual Studio, you have to use a local build and not use the remote compiler. But since most people who are learning to program won't do that, I don't want to bring that in for them. So we're going to go back to what you can do out of the box. So we're going to remove unordered map and everywhere that it's specified. And what we're actually going to do is just build a vector. Vector is included in the remote compiler, and you can leverage it. What's a regular map? What is a regular map? Unordered map. Map. And that for some reason. Okay. Map. Let's try it. I think that worked. Nope, that did not work. invalid declarator before VATS. Is it saying that the problem is integer? This is different. This is a different error. Does map have a different... Let's take a look. Do I need to include... I don't think that it bombed out on that. I think that it's saying this, that you can't have... that's the key. And that's the type. That looks right. That looks like I did everything right. What am I doing wrong here? Key and type. Any of you guys who have used maps before on C, do you know the correct syntax for this? Type of the keys. It's uniquely identified key. Alias does member type map key type. Any reason why I can't use integers as a valid key type for map? C++ map key type. Yeah, I can here. Alright, see you, Chris. So I'm just using an integer, but it's throwing an invalid declarator. Put a semicolon after the structure definition. Is that all that that was? Okay, that did work. It has now the iterator has no member name first. All right, C of E. Now I wonder if, let me go back to unordered map just to, as a sanity check. Unordered map. I didn't even know these existed in C. So this is cool. I'm learning myself. And this one. So that was the issue. So unordered map is in that version, but the iterator does not have a member function called first. It's just first and second. It's like this. And then I saw an error, datetime in milliseconds, datetime in milliseconds, datetime in milliseconds, time in milliseconds, time in milliseconds. What is it yelling at me for this? 115? Is it because this needs to be a comma? Like that? Oh, I see. So this part right here works like that. Let's try that. Oh my goodness. Iterator has no member name first. Oh, because I'm accessing the iterator wrong. It's an object. Now I know I'm getting hungry because I'm making silly mistakes. And no longer getting that. First, which is of non-class type constant integer. Volume. So if I want to just update the volume though in that, so I have the iterator, I have the first result. Why can't I just update the volume here? Or is it because I need to wait? Yeah, so this first, which is of non-class type constant integer. I have a feeling that first is not actually giving me back that first result. First is just the key. You're saying first is just the key. Okay, so oh. So what you're saying is I need to do like this in order to be, yeah, that's all right, man. I'm also not a C developer, so we're all learning together. Yep, that worked. That did it. So that's the first key that we ran into with a find, and now we can access that key in the VATS array through this, and that worked. And now 115 is this, and we're hitting an error. Time in milliseconds, time in milliseconds. Why is it throwing an error? Not date time in milliseconds not declared in the scope. Because I'm creating a VAT structure. Temp. Why is this throwing an error? Oh, I see why. I don't need to specify the name of the... That's all we need to do. We don't need to specify the names of those variables. We just need to pass the values in, I believe. And now we're getting from, on line 116, conversion of volume from int to float. On 116, from int to float. Okay. Oh, because price. I never threw price in there. That's why. I skipped price. Because in the definition of VAT, we have int, float, int. And I skipped it. You can't do that. And what the hell is this error? Conversion on 117 of this volume, which is an unsigned 32-bit integer, int. What was the type of that volume? uint32t. There you go. And before I run into it, is float also? Nope, float's just a float. no matching call to insert, passing the key and the object. Oh, is it because... No, because I have it defined as an integer. That's an integer. No matching function call to the map insert function, passing an integer and a vat or vat object. Where's my insert call? There's my insert call. There we go. Time in milliseconds temp. You have to make a pair when you're throwing this into insert? Why? Why is that? Insert, insert, insert. Insert. Not according to this. Oh, it gives you back a pair, but you can insert, according to this, you can just insert a... Are you sure we need to pass two things here? Two arguments here? So I think you can just pass one of the actual value. Yeah, this is just passing that object in without anything else. Let's try that. Because the key, although how does it know what the key is then? Like, how would it know what the key is if you... How do you specify the key when you're creating it then? No matching function call. Make pair. Alright, let's try your make pair idea. I don't know. I've never worked with these libraries. This is very strange. How is make pair? And we're passing our vat object and the key. And that actually compiled. Holy crap. That worked. So right now in memory, this thing is making endless okay. I wonder if it's actually finding these. You know, let's do this. Let's do a sanity check. Let's spit out the milliseconds in that, and then the volume like that, and then we'll say time in milliseconds, and then we'll say this as volume, sc.add message to log. And let's see what we're getting for some of these, because right now we're not getting any output because we killed it all. Okay, here we go. So that's the time in milliseconds, and those are the cumulative volumes that are coming through here. So that's pretty interesting. Let's make this a little more interesting. Let's let's only spit out something that's greater than 100 contracts. And also, we need to clear that VAP structure like every couple of seconds because it's just getting overloaded. But let's spit out, let's do this. If the volume is greater than 100 contracts, then spit it out. So it'll only spit out, and also let's grab the price as well. And we'll say, oops, price, that, and then spit that out. And so now we should see a price show up, and we should see the only with 100 contracts or more at those milliseconds at those prices are now getting spat out. So this is your this is your what is this? This is the bucket of just large trades happening. And you know what else we should add? Is num trades, which is going to be initialized to 0. But then num trades here will be incremented by 1. And then here we can say num trades equals this, and then we can grab that value and num trades, and we can see how many trades are actually making up that number of contracts there. And then we need to implement the reset. Oh, interesting. Oh, because those trades are it's accumulating everything that's happening over a large period of time. What is our? We are looking at the last 100. We're only looking at the last 100 executions on the tape. That's all this is doing. And these are not living from call to call because we don't have any persistent variables. So this is going out of, is it going out of scope? No, it isn't because I had it as a global variable. Shit. Let's move this out of here and put it into here. That should not have been a global variable. Let's try this now. So that way it will really only be the last 100 trades or so. Let's see what that does. So it should be blank for most of the point until we get over 100 contracts within a very, very short amount of time. And so you can see it's not printing at all right now because we're not getting 100 contracts in a very short amount of time within the same second, or within the same last 100 time and sales records. I think this is actually functioning correctly here. Let's lower the threshold just to do a sanity check. But let's lower the threshold. What's folks who trade the ES? Should I put it to 50? 20 contracts? Let's put it to 20 and see what we get. Okay, now it's at 20. So if in the last 100 executions, 20 contracts or more traded in the same millisecond, we will see that show up here. And we're not seeing anything. Let's go ahead and expand it past 100. I'll make it the last 1,000 executions. And let's make it, I just want to see it have something show up. So let's make it, instead of 20, let's make it just 10. Oh, there was some right there. And there you go. So now that's too much. Let's bump that up from 10 to let's go back up to 30. So at this time, and you can see it incrementing as it's going through, because it's on every tick it's going through the last 1,000 pieces of tape, or last 1,000 executions to hit. So until we get out of that last 1,000 records that hit on the tape, but you can see 17, 18, 19, 20, you can see that this millisecond time had 39 contracts traded over 20 trades. Is everyone still with us, like what we're doing here? I see the group has dwindled significantly because it's probably like really esoteric, but this is doing what we were talking. This is identifying that at this millisecond, 33 trades happened, and they cumulatively had 59 contracts total. That's what that's saying.
Yeah, it does what you plan to do. The market is slow at the moment, so.
But still going.
Yeah, it does work. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, you know what I'll do? I think I'm gonna go eat lunch now because I'm getting delirious. I'll share this code with you guys, and let me comment this and say insert this VAT into our map, and so there's a couple special numbers here just for you guys who are going to play with this. By the way, none of these inputs are hooked up, so don't expect those to do anything. But this 1000 controls the number of time and sales records to loop through, starting with the most recent. And what we can do, I'm going to replace that with num time and sales records to examine. So that controls that. Right now it's looping through on every tick it's going through 1,000 of the most recent time and sales records. And out of those last 1,000, it's sorting them into buckets based on the millisecond that those executions happened on. And if within those executions the total volume is 30 contracts or greater, it spits out to the message log. So this is another magic number. It's like the filter for how many spit out to debug log if this millisecond traded more than this number of contracts. Okay.
Cool.
And actually this should be 1, not 0, because that's the number of trades.
Higher than 1. Yeah.
Yep, it should be 1. Okay. So I'm going to share this. I'm going to go eat lunch and probably start my weekend. How long have we been going? How long has this thing been going? I feel like I started at 10 a.m.
5 hours plus.
We've been going for a while.
Yeah, 5 hours, more than 5 hours.
Let me share this with you guys here.
Thanks, man. Is there any way I can dump this information on a text, like
on a text
chart?
file? Oh, on the chart?
Yeah, like display at the top, like, I sent an example before.
You sure
I know that
can.
if it's too long, but...
there's even an example here. Let's just see what this looks like. This will be pretty funny. I'll put it here. And hold on a second. Let me remove a bunch of stuff that I don't think we need. And then, what is today? August 12th, 2022. And you know what I'll do is I will say whatever the most recent one is, that one. Whatever the most recent one is for, we'll just display the most recent one. So I'll put tool.text.format, although we won't have the iterator available to grab any of those values anymore, so that won't work. You know what we can do? This is going to be shifting a lot. No, that's gonna be like constantly updating. Trying to think of a way to get it onto the screen for you. I was going to just use a drawing tool to show that, but I think what you'd have to do, let's do this. Outside of here, I'll create what are the values in our time, price, volume, num trades? Time, price, volume, num trades. And where we're dumping out to log right here, I'm just gonna set these for drawing later. And then time equals time in milliseconds. I'm basically just saving price is equal to that's price. Volume is equal to that's volume, and then num trades is equal to num trades. And then here for this, rather than price, it'll be X price. This will be X time. X time, I think, is what I called it. Yep. And then this will be X volume, and then this will be X num trades. And then if we do that, we should see it appear here. Let me make this smaller. There it is.
Yeah, cool.
What is missing? Something's missing. Time in milliseconds, price, volume, num trades. Time in milliseconds, price, volume, num trades. Oh, no, it's working. It's the number of milliseconds. Price, well, something there is kind of weird, but you can see at 60, 50, 44, or 44 contracts traded in 20 trades at that millisecond. Yeah. So one way to, I don't think you really care about the millisecond. You really just care that at that price, this number of contracts led to this volume. So num trades led to that volume. And that's a more got an error here somewhere. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Price. Why does it? Oh, jeez. 1, 2, 3. Let's try this again. 1, 2, 3. Something simple's not working. There we go. 26 trades led to 34 contracts. There you go, at that price. And we can even do something like 0.2f, so that you're not looking at a string of zeros after that. We can format that. So at 42, 60, 50, 37 37 trades resulted in 35. That must have updated. 24 orders resulted in 35 trades, or 35 contracts traded volume. There you go. This number should always be equal to or greater than the prior number. I'm not sure why it's doing that. That's some kind of memory blank error, but it looks like it corrects itself. So clearly needs a little bit of side casing, but you can see that. And then the next step, what would be really cool, is to actually change this from being a static value here to actually putting it like right here next to it.
Yeah.
And you could do that pretty easily, actually. It's the begin value and begin date time. Begin value, if you didn't want to use this, you could say begin value is equal to the X price, and then begin date time would be or it would be begin index, would be sc.index, and then it would show you over here
next to the price. Yeah.
Yep.
Candle.
And I'm gonna remove these. Where is it? X price, begin value, begin index equals sc.index. I don't see it. Oh, draw stationary text. I don't think it's draw stationary. I think it's just draw text. That might be why. And I silenced these.
Yeah.
Still not getting it. Let's try refreshing. Don't see it showing up. That's odd. Drawing text. Begin val. Oh, there it is. Okay, so then you could just format it like you don't need to see the price there because you have the price right there. So
yeah.
all of a sudden you can remove that, and you can just say something like this number of contracts led to this volume, and just really make it nice and tidy. And I'll put 2 tabs in to just space it over a little bit. There it is. You can deal with spacing and whatever else you want, but 26 orders resulted in 48 contracts in the same millisecond. Now you can use that to build out whatever you want.
Yeah. Is it bid or offer?
Total volume. It's not separating bid or offer. If you wanted to separate bid or offer, you would need to evaluate on the these two rather than volume. You would need to use this rather than volume.
Okay, yeah, I get what you mean here.
But
Cool.
that's moving up and down with the price, so.
That will work well with candlestick because it's very close to the candlestick.
Yep. Yeah, it should work with any. It does not require number bars. So let me. I'll remove this prior one that I shared, and I'll share this updated one. There you go. All right, guys. I think that's gonna be it for today. For those of you who made it
that
through
was
the
great,
marathon, I don't know about great, but it was something.
We created something new. Maybe it's not available anywhere else. We just need to tweak it more and color it, give more option to use volume only or bid by offer. You know what I mean? Bid and ask.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to use this, but hopefully you guys through both the VAP exercise and then also through the time and sales, you can see how you can use and then manipulate this data and use it to crunch whatever you need to and build your own solutions for what you are looking for. That's the whole idea here, is to help transfer this knowledge to the community so that you guys can build tools that solve problems in your own trading.
Yeah, that's great, man. Thanks a lot for that. Thanks for your time.
Yep, you guys are very welcome. Have a wonderful weekend, and I will see you. I'll see you later. Let me kill this stream. How do I end this stream? I probably click this thing.